Chapter 69 of Coming Forth by Day. I am the fire god, the divine brother of the fire god, and I am Osiris, the brother of Isis. My divine son, together with his mother Isis, have avenged me of mine enemies. My enemies have wrought every kind of evil. Therefore their arms and hands and feet have been fettered by reason of their wickedness, which they have wrought upon me. I am Osiris, the firstborn of the divine womb, the firstborn of the gods, and the heir of my father Osiris Seb. I am Osiris, the lord of the heads, that live mighty of breast and powerful of back, with a phallus which goeth to the remotest limits where men and women live. I am Sar, Orion, who travelleth over his domain, and who journeyeth along before the stars of heaven, which is the belly of my mother Nut. She conceived me through her love, and she gave birth to me because it was her will so to do so. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. I am the bull at the head of the meadow. Even I, am Osiris, who imprisoned his father together with his mother, on the day of making the great slaughter. Now his father is Seb, and his mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra, of the risings. I am Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. Even I, am the Lord Tem. I am Osiris. Hail thou divine firstborn, who dost enter and dost speak before the divine scribe and doorkeeper of Osiris. Grant that I may come. I have become a spirit. I have been judged. I have become a divine being. I have come, and I have avenged my own body. I have taken up my seat by the divine birth chamber of Osiris, and I have destroyed the sickness and suffering which were there. I have become mighty, and I have become a divine being by the side of the birth chamber of Osiris. I am brought forth with him. I renew my youth. I renew my youth. I take possession of my two thighs, which are in the place where is Osiris. And I open the mouth of the gods therewith. I take my seat by his side, and Thoth cometh forth, and I am strengthened in heart with thousands of cakes upon the altars of my divine father, and with my beast, that with my cattle, and with my red feathered fowl, and with my oxen, and with my geese, and with my ducks, for Horus my chieftain, and with the offerings which I make to Thoth, and with the sacrifices which I offer up to An-Heri Aristia. Chapter 70 of Coming Forth by Day. I have sacrificed unto An-Heri Aristia, and I am decreed to be strengthened in heart, for I have made offerings at the altars of my divine father, Osiris. I rule into two, and I lift myself up over his land. I sniff the wind of the east by its hair. I laid hold upon the north wind by its hair. I seize and hold fast to the west wind by its body, and I go round about heaven on its four sides. I lay hold upon the south wind by its eye, and I bestow air upon the venerable beings who are in the underworld, along with the eating of cakes. Chapter 71 of Coming Forth by Day. The chapter of Coming Forth by Day, the Liberator, the Lord of Reverence, Nebseni, saith, Hail thou hawk, who risest in heaven, thou Lord of the goddess Meherut, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened myself, and show thyself upon the earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the hawk which is within the shrine, and I open that which is upon the hastings thereof. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis, strengthen thou me, according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the hawk in the southern heaven, and I am Thoth in the northern heaven. I make peace with the raging fire, and I bring Ma'at to him that loveth her. Behold, Thoth, even Thoth, strengthen thou me, according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and shew thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the plant of the region where nothing sprouteth, and the blossom of the hidden horizon. Behold, Osiris, yea, Osiris, strengthen thou me, according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail thou who standest upon thy legs in thine hour, or as others say, Hail thou who art victorious upon thy legs in thine hour, thou Lord of the divine twin gods, who livest in the divine twin gods. Strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail thou, Nekhen, who art in thine egg, thou Lord of the goddess Meherut. Strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. The God Sebek hath stood up within his ground, and the goddess Neith hath stood up within her plantation. O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, show thyself upon earth, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail ye, seven beings, who make decrees, who support the scales on the night of the judgment of the Uchat, who cut off heads, who hack necks in pieces, who take possession of hearts by violence and rend the places where hearts are fixed, who make slaughterings in the lake of fire. I know you, and I know your names. Therefore know ye me, even as I know your names. I come forth to you, therefore come ye forth to me. For ye live in me, and I would live in you. Make ye me to be vigorous by means of that which is in your hands. That is to say, by the rod of power which is in your hands, decree ye for me life by your speech. Year by year, give me multitudes of years, over and above my years of life, and multitudes of months, over and above my months of life, and multitudes of days, over and above my days of life, and multitudes of nights, over and above my nights of life. And grant that I may come forth and shine upon my statue. And grant me air for my nose, and let my eyes have the power to see among those divine beings who dwell in the horizon on the day when evil doing and wrong are justly assessed. Chapter 72 of Passing Through the Tomb. The chapter of coming forth by day and of opening up a way through the Amethet. Behold, the scribe Nebseni, triumphant, who saith, Homage to you, O ye lords of Cuss, ye who are without sin, and who live for the limitless and infinite aeons of time, which make up eternity. I have opened up a way for myself to you. I have become a spirit in my forms. I have gained the mastery over my enchantments, and I am decreed to be a spirit. Therefore deliver ye me from the crocodile, which liveth in this country of right and truth. Grant ye to me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and cause that my sepulchral mills be placed in my hands in your presence. For I know you, and I know your names, and I know also the name of the mighty God, before whose nose ye set your celestial food, and his name is Tekhem. When he openeth up his path in the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he fluttereth down in the western horizon of heaven, may he carry me along with him, and may I be safe and sound. Let not the Mesquite make an end of me. Let not the fiend gain the mastery over me. Let me not be turned back at your portals, and let not your doors be shut in my face. Because my cakes are in the city of P, and my ale is in the city of Tep, and there in the celestial mansions of heaven, which my divine Father Tem hath established, let my hands lay hold upon the wheat and the barley, which shall be given unto me, therein an abundant measure. And may the Son of mine own body make ready for me my food therein, and grant ye unto me therein sepulchral meals, and incense and wax, and all the beautiful and pure things whereon the God liveth, in very deed, for ever in all the transformations which it pleaseth me to perform, and grant me the power to float down and to sail up the stream in Sekhet Aru, and may I reach Sekhet Hetep. I am the double lion God. Chapter 73 is just basically a picture. Chapter 74, of lifting up the feet. The chapter of lifting up the feet and of coming forth upon the earth. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, Performeth thy work, O seeker. Perform thy work, O seeker. O thou who dwellest in thy house, and who standest on thy feet in the underworld. I am the God who sendeth forth rays of light over the fire of heaven. And I come forth to heaven, and I sit myself down by the God of light, Ku. Hail, I have become helpless. Hail, I have become helpless. But I go forward. I have become helpless. I have become helpless in the regions of those who plunder in the underworld. Chapter 75, of journeying to Anu. The chapter of journeying to Anu, Heliopolis, and of receiving a throne therein. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have come forth from the uttermost parts of the earth, and I have received my appeal. At the will of the ape, I penetrate into the holy habitations of those who are in their shrines or coffins. I force my way through the habitations of the god Remrem, and I arrive in the habitations of the god Ak-Sehef. I travel on through the holy chambers, and I pass into the temple of the god Kemkem. The buckle hath been given unto me. It hath placed its hands upon me. It hath decreed to my service its sister Keben and its mother Kekhet. It placeth me in the eastern part of heaven, wherein Ra riseth and is exalted every day. And I rise therein and travel onward, and I become a spiritual body, Sar, like the God, and they sent me on that holy way on which Thoth journeyeth when he goeth to make peace between the two fighting gods, Horus and Set. He journeyeth to the city of Pi, and he cometh to the city of Tapu. Chapter 76, the transformations. The chapter of a man transforming himself into whatever he pleaseth. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have come into the house of the king by means of the mantis Abit, which led me hither. Homage to thee, O thou who fleest into heaven, and dost shine upon the sun of the white crown, and dost protect the white crown. Let me have my existence with thee. I have gathered together the great gods. I am mighty. I have made my way, and I have travelled along thereon. Chapter 77. The transformation into a hawk of gold. The house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have risen, like the mighty hawk of gold, that cometh forth from his egg. I fly, and I alight, like the hawk, which hath a back 4 cubits wide, and the wings of which are like unto the mother of emerald of the south. I have come from the interior of the Sekhet boat, and my heart hath been brought unto me from the mountain of the east. I have alighted upon the Atet boat, and those who were dwelling in their companies have been brought unto me. And they bowed low in paying homage unto me, and in saluting me with cries of joy. I have risen, and I have gathered myself together like the beautiful hawk of gold, which hath the head of a Benu bird. And Ra entreateth in day by day to hearken unto my words. I have taken my seat among those firstborn gods of Nut. I am established in the divine Sekhet Hetep is before me. I have eaten therein, I have become a spirit therein, I have an abundance therein, as much as I desire. The god Nepra hath given to me my throat, and I have gained the mastery over that which guardeth or belongeth to my head. Chapter 77. The transformation into a divine hawk. The chapter of making the transformation into a divine hawk. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, great God, come now, 2 to 2. Make thou smooth for me the ways, and let me go round about to visit my thrones. I have renewed myself, and I have raised myself up. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations which are therein. Let not him that would do me harm draw nigh unto me, or injure me in the house of darkness. That is he that clotheth and covereth the feeble one, and whose name is hidden. And let not the gods act likewise towards me. Hail ye gods who hearken unto my speech. Hail ye rulers who are among the followers of Osiris. Be ye therefore silent, O ye gods, when one god speaketh unto another. For he hearkeneth unto right and truth. And what I speak unto him, do thou also speak for me. Then, O Osiris, grant thou that I may journey round about according to that which cometh forth from my mouth concerning me, and grant that I may see thine own form or forms, and the dispositions of thy souls. Grant thou that I may come forth, and that I may have power over my legs, and that I may have my existence there like unto that of Neber-Teker, who is over all. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Grant thou that I may move along therein, together with the divine beings who journey onwards. And may I be established upon my resting place like the Lord of life. May I be joined unto Isis, the divine lady, and may she protect me from him that would do an injury unto me. And let not anyone come to see the divine one naked and helpless. May I journey on. May I come into the uttermost part of heaven. I exchange speech with the god Seb. I make supplication for divine food from Neb-er-Tker. The gods of the underworld have fear of me, and they fight for me in their habitations when they see that thou hast provided me with food, both of the fowl and of the air, and of the fish of the sea. I am one of those Kus who dwell with the divine Ku, and I have made my form like unto his divine form. When he cometh forth, and maketh himself manifest into two, I am a spiritual body, Sa, and possess my soul, and will speak unto thee the things which concern me. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. I, even I, am the Ku, who dwelleth with the divine Ku, whom the god Tem himself hath created, and who hath come into being from the blossom, the eyelashes of his eye. He hath made to have existence, and he hath made to be glorious, to be Kus, and he hath made mighty thereby those who have their existence along with him. Behold, he is the only one in Nu, and they sing praises or do homage unto him when he cometh forth from the horizon. And the gods and the Kus who have come into being along with him ascribe the lordship of terror unto him. I am one of those worms which the eye of the Lord, the only one, hath created. And behold, when as yet Isis had not given birth to Horus, I had germinated and had flourished, and I had become aged, and I had become greater than those who dwelt with the divine Ku, and who had come into being along with him. And I had risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus made for me a spiritual body containing his own soul, so that I might take possession of all that belonged unto Osiris in the underworld, the double-lying god, the governor of the things which belong to the temple of the Nemes, crown, who dwelleth in his secret abode, saith unto me, Get thee back to the uttermost parts of heaven, for behold, inasmuch as through thy form of Horus thou hast become a spiritual body, Sa, the Nemes crown is not for thee, but behold, thou hast the power of speech, even to the uttermost parts of heaven. And I, the guardian, took possession of the things of Horus, which belonged unto Osiris in the underworld. And Horus told aloud unto me the things which his divine father Osiris spake unto him in years gone by, on the day of his own burial. I have given unto thee the Nemes crown, through the double-lying God, that thou mayest pass onward, and mayest come to the heavenly path, and that those who dwell in the uttermost parts of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the underworld may see thee, and may fight for thee in their habitations. And of them is Ahet, the gods, each and all of them, who are the warders of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words. Hail, he that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side. He hath bound upon my head the Nemes crown by the decree of the double-lying God on my behalf, and the God Ahet hath prepared a way for me. I, even I, am exalted in my tomb, and the double-lying God hath bound the Nemes crown upon my head. He hath also given unto me the double hairy covering of my head. He hath stablished my heart through his own backbone. He hath stablished my heart through his own great and exceeding strength, and I shall not fall through shoe. I make my peace with the beautiful divine brother, the Lord of the two Urari, adored be he. I, even I, am he who knoweth the roads through the sky, and the wind thereof is in my body. The ball which striketh terror into me shall not drive me back, and I shall pass on to the place where lieth the shipwrecked mariner, on the border of the Sekhet Neher, field of illimitable time, and I shall journey on to the night and sorrow of the regions of Amenti. O Osiris, I shall come each day into the house of the double-lying God, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of Isis, the divine lady. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden, and I shall be led on to the secret and holy things, even as they have granted unto me, to see the birth of the great God. Horus hath made me to be a spiritual body through his soul, and I see what is therein. If I speak near the mighty ones of Shu, they repulse my opportunity. I am the guardian, and I take possession of the things which Horus had from Osiris in the underworld. I, even I, am Horus, who dwelleth in the divine Khu. I have gained power over his crown. I have gained power over his radiance. And I have travelled over the remote, illimitable part of heaven. Horus is upon his throne. Horus is upon his royal seat. My face is like unto that of the divine hawk. My strength is like unto that of the divine hawk, and I am one who have been fully equipped by his divine Lord. I shall come forth to Tutu. I shall see Osiris. I shall pay homage to him on the right hand and on the left. I shall pay homage unto Nut, and she shall look upon me, and the gods shall look upon me, together with the eye of Horus, who is without sight. They, the gods, shall make their arms to come forth unto me. I rise up as a divine power, and I repulse him that would subject me to restraint. They open unto me the holy paths, they see my form, and they hear that which I speak. Down upon your faces, ye gods of the underworld. Who would resist me with your faces and oppose me with your powers? Who lead along the stars which never rest, and who make the holy paths unto the Hamathi abode? Where is the Lord of the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul? Horus hath commanded that ye lift up your faces, so that I may look upon you. I have risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus hath made for me a spiritual body through his own soul, to take possession of that which belongeth to Osiris in the underworld. I have bound up the gods with divine tresses, and I have travelled on those who ward their chambers, and who were on both sides of me. I have made my roads, and I have journeyed on, and have reached those divine beings who inhabit their secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris. I have spoken unto them with strength, and have made them to know the most mighty power of him that is provided with 2 horns to fight against Suti. And I make them know concerning him that hath taken possession of the divine food, and who is provided with the might of Tem. May the gods of the underworld order a prosperous journey for me. O ye gods who inhabit your secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris, and whose numbers are great and multitudinous, grant ye that I may come unto you. I have bound up, and I have gathered together the powers of Kesemu Enet, or as others say, Kemiyu Enet. I have made holy the powers of the paths of those who watch and ward the roads of the horizon, and who are the guardians of the horizon of Hamathi, which is in heaven. I have established habitations for Osiris. I have made the ways holy for him. I have done that which hath been commanded. I have come forth to Tatu. I have seen Osiris. I have spoken unto him concerning the matters of his firstborn son, whom he loveth, and concerning the wounding of the heart of Suti. And I have seen the divine one who is without life. Yea, I have made them to know concerning the counsels of the gods which Horus carried out, while his father Osiris was not with him. Hail, Lord, thou most mighty and terrible soul. Verily, I, even I, have come. Look thou upon me, and do thou make me to be exalted. I have made my way through thy underworld, and I have opened up the paths which belong to heaven, and also those which belong to earth, and I have suffered no opposition therein. Exalted be thou upon thy throne, O Osiris. Thou hast heard fair things, O Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris. Thy head is fastened unto thee, O Osiris. Thy brow is established, O Osiris. Thy heart is glad, O Osiris. Thy speech is established, O Osiris. And thy princes rejoice. Thou art established like the bull of a mentat. Thy son Horus hath risen like the sun upon thy throne, and all life is with him. Millions of years minister unto him, and millions of years hold him in fear. The company of the gods are his servants, and the company of the gods hold him in fear. The god Tem, the governor and only one of the gods, hath spoken these things, and his word passeth not away. Horus is both the divine food and the sacrifice. He hath passed on to gather together the members of his divine father. Horus is his deliverer. Horus is his deliverer. Horus hath sprung from the water of his divine father, and from his decay. He hath become the governor of Egypt. The gods labour for him, and they toil for him for millions of years. And he hath made to live millions of years through his eye, the only one of its lord, or Nefertiti. Chapter 79. Transformation into the governor of the sovereign princes. The chapter of being transformed into the governor of the sovereign princes, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I am the god Tem, the maker of heaven, the creator of things which are, who cometh forth from the earth, who maketh to come into being the seed which is sown, the Lord of things which shall be, who gave birth to the gods. I am the great God, who made himself the Lord of life, who maketh to flourish the company of the gods. Homage to you, O ye lords of divine things, or of creation, ye pure beings, whose abodes are hidden. Homage to you, O ye everlasting lords, whose forms are hidden, and whose shrines are hidden in places which are unknown. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the Tanait. Homage to you, O ye gods of the circuit of the flooded lands of Qebhu. Homage to you, O ye gods, who live in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye company of the gods, who dwell in Nut. Grant ye that I may come unto you, for I am pure. I am divine. I am a Khu. I am strong. I am endowed with a soul, or I am mighty. And I have brought unto you incense, and sweet-smelling gums, and natron. I have made an end of the spittle which flowereth from your mouth upon me. I have come, and I have made an end of the evil things which are in your hearts, and I have removed the faults which ye kept laid up against me. I have brought to you the things which are good, and I make to come into your presence right and truth. I, even I, know you, and I know your names, and I know your forms which are unknown, and I come into being along with you. My coming is like unto that of the God who eateth men and who liveth upon the gods. I am mighty with you, like the God who is exalted upon his resting place. The gods come to me in gladness, and goddesses make supplication unto me when they see me. I have come unto you, and I have risen like your two divine daughters. I have taken my seat in the horizon, and I receive my offerings upon my tables, and I drink offerings at eventide. My coming is received with shouts of joy, and the divine beings who dwell in the horizon ascribe praises unto me. The divine spiritual body, Sa, the Lord of divine beings, I am exalted like the holy God who dwelleth in the great temple, and the gods rejoice when they see me in my beautiful coming forth from the body of Nur, when my mother Nur giveth birth unto me. Chapter 80. Transformation into the God who giveth light in the darkness. The chapter of making the transformation into the God who giveth light in the darkness, saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, I am the girdle of the robe of the god Nu, which shineth and sheddeth light upon that which belongeth to his breast, which sendeth forth light into the darkness, which uniteth the two fighting deities who dwell in my body through the mighty spell of the words of my mouth, which raiseth up him that hath fallen. For he who was with me in the valley of Abydos hath fallen, and I rest. I have remembered him. I have taken possession of the God who in my city, for I found him therein, and I have led away captive the darkness by my might. I have rescued the eye of the sun when it wanted at the coming of the festival of the 15th day, and I have weighed soot in the celestial house against the aged one who is with him. I have endowed Thoth with what is needful in the temple of the moon god for the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have taken possession of the erect crown. Mart, right and truth, is my body. Its mouths are of turquoise and rock crystal. My homestead is among the furrows which are of the colour of lapis lazuli. I am Hemnu, who sheddeth light in the darkness. I have come to give light in the darkness, which is made light and bright by me. I have given light in the darkness, and I have overthrown the destroying crocodiles. I have sung praises unto those who dwell in the darkness. I have raised up those who wept and who had hidden their faces and had sunk down in wretchedness. And they did look them upon me. Hail then, ye beings! I am Hemnu, and I will not let you hear concerning the matter. I have opened the way. I am Hemnu. I have made light the darkness. I have come, having made an end of the darkness, which have become light indeed. Chapter 71. The transformation into a lotus. The chapter of making the transformation into a lotus. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil Nu, begotten by the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Amenhotep, saith, I am the pure lotus, which springeth up from the divine splendour, that belongeth to the nostrils of Ra. I have made my way, and I follow on seeking for him who is Horus. I am the pure one who cometh forth out of the field. Chapter 71. Transformation into a lotus. The chapter of making the transformation into a lotus, saith Osiris Paquer. Hail thou lotus, thou type of the god Nefer Temu. I am the man that knoweth you, and I know your names among those of the gods, of the lords of the underworld, and I am one of you. Grant ye that I may see the gods who are the divine guides in the underworld, and grant ye unto me a place in the underworld, near unto the lords of Amentet. Let me arrive at a habitation in the land of Tishwert, and receive me, O all ye gods, in the presence of the Lord of eternity. Grant that my soul may come forth whithersoever it pleaseth, and let it not be driven away from the presence of the great company of the gods. Chapter 72. Transformations into the god Ptah and into a living being. The chapter of making the transformation into Ptah, of eating cakes and of drinking ale, and of unfettering the steps, and of becoming a living being in Anu, Heliopolis, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I fly like a hawk, I cackle like the smen goose, and I perch upon that abode of the underworld, art, on the festival of the great being, that which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I have not eaten. Filth is an abomination unto me, and I have not eaten thereof. And that which is an abomination unto my car hath not entered into my belly. Let me then live upon that which the gods and the Kus decree for me. Let me live, and let me have power over cakes. Let me eat them before the gods and the Kus, who have a favour unto me. Let me have power over these cakes, and let me eat of them under the shade of the leaves of the palm tree of the goddess Hathor, who is my divine lady. Let the offerings of the sacrifice and the offerings of cakes and vessels of libations be made in Anu. Let me clothe myself in the Tual garment, which I shall receive from the hand of the goddess Tate. Let me stand up, and let me sit down, wheresoever I please. My head is like unto that of Ra, and when my members are gathered together, I am like unto Tem, the four sides of the domain of Ra, and the width of the earth 4 times. I come forth. My tongue is like unto that of Ptah, and my throne is like unto that of the goddess Hathor, and I make mention of the words of Tem, my father, with my mouth. He it is who constraineth the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and before him are bowed all heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are repeated for me, by reason of my mighty acts, and I am decreed to be the divine heir of Seb, the Lord of the earth, and to be the protector therein. The god Seb refresheth me, and he maketh his rising to be mine. Those who dwell in Anu bow down their heads unto me, for I am their Lord, and I am their bull. I am more powerful than the Lord of time, and I shall enjoy the pleasures of love, and shall gain the mastery over millions of years. Chapter 83. The transformation into a Benu bird. The chapter of making the transformation into a Benu bird. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I came into being from unformed matter. I came into existence like the god Khepra. I have germinated like the things which germinate, plants. And I have dressed myself like the tortoise. I am of the germs of every god. I am yesterday of the 4 quarters of the world, and of those 7 Ure, which came into existence in Amentet, that is to say Horus, who emitteth light from his divine body. He is the god who fought against Suti, but the god Thoth cometh between them through the judgment of him that dwelleth in Shechem, and of the souls who are in Anu, and there is a stream between them. I have come by day, and I have risen in the footsteps of the gods. I am the god Kensu, who driveth back all that oppose him. Chapter 84. The transformation into a heron. The chapter of making the transformation into a heron. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I have gotten dominion over the beast that are brought for sacrifice with the knives, which are held at their heads, and at their hair, and at their bits missing. Hail, aged ones! Hail, Kus, who are provided with the opportunity. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, is upon the earth. And what he hath slaughtered is in heaven. And what he hath slaughtered is in heaven, and he is upon the earth. Behold, I am strong, and I work mighty deeds to the very heights of heaven. I have made myself pure, and I make the breath of heaven a place for my footsteps. As I go into the cities of Akert, I advance and I go forward into the city of Anu, Hermopolis. I have set the gods upon their paths, and I have roused up the exalted ones who dwell in their shrines. Do I not know Nu? Do I not know Tartuen? Do I not know the beings of the colour of fire who thrust forward their horns? Do I not know every being having incarnations, unto whose words I listen? I am the Samam bull for slaughter, which is written down in the books. The gods, crying out, say, Let your faces be gracious to him that cometh onward. The light is beyond your knowledge, and ye cannot fetter it. And times and seasons are in my body. I do not utter words to the God who. I do not utter words of wickedness, instead of words of right and truth. And each day right and truth come unto my eyebrows. At night taketh place the festival of him that is dead. The aged one who is in ward, In the Earth. Chapter 85. The transformation into a living soul. The chapter of making the transformation into a living soul and of not entering into the chamber of torture. Whosoever knoweth it shall not see corruption. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the divine soul of Ra, proceeding from the god Nu, that divine soul which is God. I am the creator of the divine food, and that which is an abomination unto me is sin, whereon I look not. I proclaim right and truth, and I live therein. I am the divine food, which is not corrupted in my name, of soul. I gave birth unto myself together with Nu in my name of Khepra, in whom I come into being day by day. I am the Lord of light, and that which is an abomination unto me is death. Let me not go into the chamber of torture, which is in the Tuat underworld. I ascribe honour unto Osiris, and I make to be at peace the hearts of those beings who dwell among the divine things which I love. They cause the fear of me to abound, and they create awe of me in those beings who dwell in their divine territories. Behold, I am exalted upon my standard, and upon my seat, and upon the throne which is adjudged to me. I am the god Nu, and the workers of iniquity shall not destroy me. I am the firstborn god of primeval matter, that is to say, the divine soul. Even the souls of the gods of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. My form is everlastingness, and is the Lord of years, and the Prince of eternity. I am the creator of the darkness, who maketh his habitation in the uttermost parts of the sky, which I love, and I arrive at the confines thereof. I advance upon my feet. I become master of my vine. I sail over the sky, which formeth the division betwixt heaven and earth. I destroy the hidden worms that travel nigh unto my footsteps, which are towards the Lord of the two hands and arms. My soul is the souls of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. I am the divine exalted being, who is the Lord of the land of Taboo. I am the boy in the city, and the young man in the plain is my name. He that never suffereth corruption is my name. I am the soul, the creator of the god Nu, who maketh his habitation in the underworld. My place of incubation is unseen, and my egg is not cracked. I have done away with all my iniquity, and I shall see my divine Father. The Lord of Eventide, whose body dwelleth in Anu, I travel, to the God of Night, who dwelleth with the God of Light, by the western region of the abyss, Thoth. Chapter 86. The transformation into a swallow. The chapter of making the transformation into a swallow, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I am a swallow, I am a swallow. I am the scorpion, the daughter of Ra. Hail ye gods, whose scent is sweet. Hail ye gods, whose scent is sweet. Hail flame, which cometh forth from the horizon. Hail thou who art in the city. I have brought the warden of his bite therein. O stretch out unto me thy hand, so that I may be able to pass my days in the pool of double fire. And let me advance with my message, for I have come with words to tell. I open thou the doors to me, and I will declare the things which have been seen by me. Horus hath become the divine prince of the boat of the sun, and unto him hath been given the throne of his divine father Osiris. And Set, that son of Nut, lieth under the fetters which he had made for me. I have made a computation of what is in the city of Sekhem. I have stretched out both my hands and arms at the word of Osiris. I have passed on to judgment, and I have come that I may speak. Grant that I may pass on and declare my tidings. I enter in, I am judged, and I come forth worthy at the gate of Neber-Erkter. I am pure at the great place of the passage of souls. I have done away with my sins. I have put away mine offences, and I have destroyed the evil which appertained unto my members upon earth. Hail ye divine beings who guard the doors, make ye for me a way, for behold, I am like unto you. I have come forth by day, I have journeyed on my legs. I have gained the mastery over my footsteps before the God of light. I know the hidden ways and the doors of the Sekhet Aru. Verily, I, even I, have come. I have overthrown mine enemies upon earth, and yet my perishable body is in the grave. Chapter 87. The transformation into the serpent satyr. The chapter of making the transformation into the serpent satyr. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the serpent satyr, whose years are many. I die and I am born again each day. I am the serpent satyr, which dwelleth in the uttermost part of the earth. I die and I am born again, and I renew myself, and I grow young each day. Chapter 88. Transformation into a crocodile. The chapter of making the transformation into a crocodile. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the divine crocodile, which dwelleth in his terror. I am the divine crocodile, and I seize my prey like a ravening beast. I am the great and mighty fish, which is in the city of Qemer. I am the Lord to whom bowing and prostrations are made in the city of Sekhem. Chapter 89. The union of the soul and body. The chapter of causing the soul to be united to its body in the underworld. The Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, Hail thou God, Anu, bringer. Hail thou God, Pehera, runner, who dwellest in thy hall. Hail great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then let my soul be brought unto me, from wheresoever it may be. For thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee like unto those beings who are like unto Osiris, and who never lie down in death. Let not the Osiris Ani triumphant lie down in death among those who lie down in Anu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies, even in thousands. Let me have possession of my bar, soul, and of my coup, and let me triumphant therewith in every place, wheresoever it may be. Observe these things which I speak, for it hath staves with it. Observe then, O ye divine guardians of heaven, my soul, wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, do thou make my soul to look upon my body, for thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee, like those beings who are like unto Osiris. Hail ye gods, who tow along the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who bring it above the underworld, and who make it to travel over Nut, who make souls to enter into their spiritual bodies, whose hands are filled with your ropes, and who clutch your weapons tight. Destroy ye the enemy. Thus shall the boat of the sun be glad, and the great God shall set out on his journey in peace. And behold, grant ye that the soul of Osiris Ani, triumphant, may come forth before the gods, and that it may be triumphant along with you in the eastern part of the sky, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, and that it may have peace, peace in Amentet. May it look upon its material body, may it rest upon its spiritual body, and may its body neither perish nor suffer corruption forever. Chapter 90 of Driving Away Evil. The chapter of driving evil recollections from the mouth. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the sill, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the house of the overseer of the sill, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith, Hail thou that cuttest off heads, and slittest brows, thou being that puttest away the memory of evil things from the mouth of the Kus, by means of the incantations which they have within them. Look not upon me with the same eyes with which thou lookest upon them. Go thou round about on thy legs, and let thy face be turned behind thee, so that thou mayst be able to see the divine slaughterers of the god Shu, who are coming up behind thee to cut off thy head, and to slit thy brow by reason of the message of violence sent by thy Lord, and to see that which thou sayest. Work thou for me, so that the memory of evil things shall dart from my mouth. Let not my head be cut off, let not my brow be slit, and let not my mouth be shut fast by reason of the incantations which thou hast within thee, according to that which thou doest for the Kus, through the incantations which they have within themselves. Get thee back and depart at the sound of the two speeches which the goddess Isis uttered, when thou didst come to cast the recollection of evil things into the mouth of Osiris by the will of Suti, his enemy, saying, let thy face be towards thy privy parts, and look upon that face which cometh forth from the flame of the eye of Horus against thee from within the eye of Tem, and the calamity of that night which shall consume thee. And Osiris went back, for the abomination of thee was in him, and thou didst go back, for the abomination of him is in thee. I have gone back, for the abomination of thee is in me, and thou shalt go back, for the abomination of me is in thee. Thou wouldest come unto me, but I say that thou shalt not advance to me, so that I come to an end. And I say then to the divine slaughterers of the god Shu, depart. Chapter 91. The delivery of the soul. The chapter of not letting the soul of Nu, triumphant, be captive in the underworld. He saith, hail thou who art exalted, hail thou who art adored, O thou mighty one of souls, thou divine soul, thou possessor of terrible power, who dost put the fear of thyself into the gods, thou who art crowned upon thy throne of majesty, I pray thee to make a way for the soul, and for the Khu, and for the Kahibit shade of the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal Nu, triumphant, and let him be provided therewith. I am a perfect Khu, and I have made my way unto the place wherein dwell Ra and Hathor. Chapter 92. The release of the soul and of the shade from the tomb. The chapter of opening the tomb to the soul and to the shade of Osiris, described Nebseni, the Lord of Reverence, born of the lady of the house Mut Resta, triumphant, so that he may come forth by day and have dominion over his feet. He saith, that which was shut fast hath been opened, that is to say, he that laid down in death hath been unloosed. That which was open hath been shut to my soul through the command of the eye of Horus, which hath strengthened me, and which maketh to stand fast the beauties which are upon the forehead of Ra, who strides along as he lifteth up his legs in journeying. I have made for myself a way, my members are mighty and are strong. I am Horus, the avenger of his divine father. I am he who bringeth along his divine father, and who bringeth along his mother by means of his sceptre. And the way shall be opened unto him who hath gotten dominion over his feet, and he shall see the great God in the boat of Ra, when souls are counted therein at the bows, and when the years also are counted up. Grant that the eye of Horus, which maketh the adornment of light to be firm upon the forehead of Ra, may deliver my soul for me, and let there be darkness upon your faces, O ye who would hold fast Osiris. I keep not captive my soul, I keep not ward over my shade. But let a way be opened for my soul and for my shade, and let them see the great God in the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls, and let them recite the utterances of Osiris, whose habitations are hidden, to those who guard the members of Osiris, and who keep ward over the spirits, and who hold captive the shades of the dead, who would work evil against me, so that they shall not work evil against me. May a way for thy double car, along with thee and along with thy soul, be prepared by those who keep ward over the members of Osiris, and who hold captive the shades of the dead. Heaven shall not keep thee, the earth shall not hold thee captive. Thou shalt not have thy being with the divine beings who make slaughter, but thou shalt have dominion over thy legs, and thou shalt advance to thy body straightway in the earth, and to those who belong to the shrine and guard the members of Osiris. Chapter 93 of Avoiding the East. The chapter of not sailing to the east in the underworld. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, Phallus of Ra, who departest from thy calamity, which ariseth through opposition. The cycles have been without movement for millions of years. I am stronger than the strong. I am mightier than the mighty. If I sail away, or if I be snatched away to the east through the two horns, or as others say, if any evil and abominable thing be done unto me at the feast of the devils, the phallus of Ra shall be swallowed up, along with the head of Osiris. And behold me, for I journey along over the fields, wherein the gods mow down those who make reply unto their words. Now verily, the two horns of the god Khepra shall be thrust aside, and verily, pus shall spring into being in the eye of Tem, along with corruption. If I be kept in restraint, or if I have gone towards the east, or if the feast of devils be made in my presence, or if any malignant wound be inflicted upon me. Chapter 94 of the Inkpot and Palette. The chapter of praying for an inkpot and for the palette. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, aged God, who dost behold thy divine Father, and who art the guardian of the book of Thoth. Behold, I have come, and I am endowed with glory. I am endowed with strength. I am filled with might, and I am supplied with the books of Thoth, and I have brought them to enable me to pass through the god Aker, who dwelleth in Set. I have brought the inkpot and the palette, as being the objects which are in the hands of Thoth. Hidden is that which is in them. Behold me in the character of a scribe. I have brought the offal of Osiris, and I have written thereon. I have made the words of the great and beautiful God each day fairly. O Heracule, thou didst order me, and I have made, copied, what is right and true. and I do bring it unto thee each day. Chapter 95 of being nigh unto Thoth. The chapter of being nigh unto Thoth, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am he who sendeth forth terror into the powers of rain and thunder, and I ward off from the great divine lady the attacks of violence. I have smitten like the god Shah, the god of slaughter, and I have poured out libations of cool water like the god Ashu, and I have worked for the great divine lady to ward off the attacks of violence. I have made to flourish my knife along with the knife which is in the hand of Thoth, in the powers of rain and thunder. Chapter 96 and 97 of being nigh unto Thoth and of giving glory. The chapter of being nigh unto Thoth and of giving glory unto a man in the underworld, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the god Her-Ab-Nat, and I have come to give right and truth to Ra. I have made Suti to be at peace with me by means of offerings made to the god Aker and to the Tesheru deities, and by making reverence unto Seb. The following words are to be recited in the Sekhet boat. Hail, sceptre of Anubis! I have made the four Kus, who are in the train of the Lord of the universe, to be at peace with me. And I am the Lord of the fields through their decree. I am the divine Father, Ba, the God of the water flood, and I do away with the thirst of him that keepeth ward over the lakes. Behold ye me, then, O great gods of majesty, who dwell among the souls of Anu. For I am lifted up over you. I am the God, Menka, gracious one, who dwelleth among you. Verily, I have cleansed my soul, O great God of majesty. Set not before me the evil obstacles which issue from thy mouth, and let not destruction come round about me or upon me. I have made myself clean in the lake of making to be at peace, and in the lake of weighing in the balance. And I have bathed myself in Neter Uchat, which is under the holy sycamore tree of heaven. Behold, I am bathed, and I have triumphed over all mine enemies, straightway who come forth and rise up against right and truth. I am right and true in the earth. Even I have spoken with my mouth, which is the power of the Lord, the only one, Ra, the mighty, who liveth upon right and truth. Let not injury be inflicted upon me, but let me be clothed on the day of those who go forward to every good thing. Chapter 98 of bringing a boat. The chapter of bringing along a boat in heaven. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail to thee, O thou thigh, which dwellest in the northern heaven, in the great lake, which art seen, and which diest not. I have stood up over thee, when thou didst rise like a god. I have seen thee, and I have not lain down in death. I have stood over thee, and I have risen like a god. I have cackled like a goose, and I have alighted like the hawk. By the divine clouds and by the great dew, I have journeyed from the earth to heaven. The God, Shu, hath made me to stand up. The God of light hath made me to be vigorous by the two sides of the ladder. The stars which never rest set me on my way and bring me away from slaughter. I bring along with me the things which drive back calamities as I advance over the passage of the God pen. Thou comest. How great art thou, O God pen? I have come from the pool of flame, which is in the Sekhet Sasa, the field of fire. Thou livest in the pool of flame in Sekhet Sasa, and I live upon the staff of the holy God. Hail thou God, Ka, who dost bring those things which are in the boats on the lake of Hare. May there be offerings of coolness to me as I stand up in the boat and guide myself over the water. I have stood up in the boat, and the God hath guided me. I have stood up, I have spoken, I am the master of the crops. I sail round about as I go forward, and the gates which are in Shechem, Leopolis, are opened unto me, and fields are awarded unto me in the city of Hermopolis, and labourers are given unto me, together with those of my own flesh and bone. Chapter 99 of Bringing a Boat. The chapter of bringing along a boat in the underworld. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail ye who bring along the boat over the evil back of Apepe. Grant that I may bring the boat along and coil up its ropes in peace. In peace. Come, come, hasten, hasten. For I have come to see my father Osiris, the Lord of the Ansi garment, who hath gained the mastery with joy of heart. Hail, Lord of the rainstorm, thou male, thou sailor. Hail, thou who dost sail over the evil back of Apep. Hail, thou that dost bind up heads and doth stablish the bones of the neck, when thou comest forth from the knives. Hail, thou who art in charge of the hidden boat, who dost fetter Apep. Grant that I may bring along the boat, and that I may coil up the ropes, and that I may sail forth therein. This land is baleful, and the stars have overbalanced themselves, and have fallen upon their faces therein, and they have not found anything which will help them to ascend again. Their path is blocked by the tongue of Ra. Antapu is the guide of the two lands. Seb is established through their rudders. The power which openeth the disk, the prince of the red beings. I am brought along like him that hath suffered shipwreck. Grant that my coup, my brother, may come to me, and that I may set out for the place whereof thou knowest. Tell me my name, saith the wood whereat I would anchor. Lord of the two lands, who dwellest in the shrine is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder. Leg of Harpiu is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rope, hair, with which Anpu Anubis finisheth. The work of my embellishment is thy name. Tell us our name, say the oar rests, pillars of the underworld, is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hold, Akka is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the mast, he who bringeth back the great lady after she hath gone away is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the lower deck, standard of Apuat is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the upper post, throat of Meshta is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sail, Nut is thy name. Tell us our name, say the pieces of leather, ye who are made from the hide of the Menvis bull, which was burned by Suti, is your name. Tell us our name, say the Faddles, fingers of Horus, the firstborn, is your name. Tell me my name, saith the Mechatbet, the hand of Isis, which wipeth away the blood from the eye of Horus, is thy name. Tell us our name, say the planks which are in its hulk, Mesthi Harpi, Tuantueth, Kueb Sineth, Hakur, he who leadeth away captive, Tet Emuah, who seizeth by violence, Ma'an Tef, he who seeth what the Father bringeth, and Arineth Tesheth, he who made himself, are your names. Tell us our names, say the bows, he who art is at the head of his gnomes, is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hull, Mert is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder, Aqua, true one, is thy name. O thou who shinest from the water, hidden beam is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the kill, thigh or leg of Isis, which Ra cut off with the knife to bring blood into the Sektet boat, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sailor, traveller, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the wind, by which thou art borne along, the north wind, which cometh from Tem to the nostrils of the Kenti Amenti, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the river, if thou wouldest travel upon me. Those which can be seen is thy name. Tell us our name, say the river banks, destroyer of the gods, Aoa, he of the spacious hand. In the water house is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the ground, if thou wouldest walk upon me. The nose of heaven, which proceedeth from the god Utu, who dwelleth in the Sekhet Aru, and who cometh forth with rejoicing therefrom, is thy name. Then shall be recited before them these words: Hail to you, O ye divine beings, with beautiful castes, ye divine lords of things, who exist and who live forever, and whose double period of an illimitable number of years is eternity. I have made a way unto you. Grant ye my food and sepulchral meals for my mouth, and grant that I may speak therewith, and that the goddess Isis may give me loaves and cakes in the presence of the great God. I know the great God before whose nostrils ye place celestial food, and his name is Techem, both when he maketh his way from the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he journeyeth into the western horizon of heaven. May his journey be my journey, and his going forth my going forth. Let me not be destroyed at the Mesquet chamber, and let not the devils gain dominion over my members. I have my cakes in the city of P, and I have my ale in the city of Tepu. And let the offerings which are given unto you be given unto me this day. Let my offerings be wheat and barley. Let my offerings be anti, uningent, and linen garments. Let my offerings be for life, strength, and health. Let my offerings be a coming forth by day in any form whatsoever, in which it may please me to appear in Sekhet Aru. Chapter 100 of Making the Spirit Perfect. The book of making perfect the Khu, and of causing him to go forth into the boat of Ra, along with those who are in his following. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have brought the divine Benu to the east, and Osiris to the city of Tatu. I have opened the treasure house of the god Harp. I have made clean the roads of the disk, and I have drawn the god Sekeri along upon his sledge. The mighty and divine lady hath made me strong at her hour. I have praised and glorified the disk, and I have united myself unto the divine apes who sing at the dawn, and I am a divine being among them. I have made myself a counterpart of the goddess Isis, and her power Khu have made me strong. I have tied up the rope. I have driven back Apep. I have made him to walk backwards. Ra hath stretched out to me both his hands, and his marinas have not repulsed me. My strength is the strength of the eye of Ra, and the strength of the eye of Ra is my strength. If the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, be separated from the boat of Ra, then shall he, Ra, be separated from the egg and from the Abutu fish. Chapter 101 of Protecting the Boat of Ra. The chapter of protecting the boat of Ra. O thou that cleavest the water, as thou comest forth from the streams and dost sit upon thy place in thy body. Sit upon thy place in thy boat as thou goest forth to thy station of yesterday, and do thou join Osiris the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, unto thy marinas, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra is thy name of Ra. If thou dost pass by the eye of 7 cubits, which have a pupil of 3 cubits, then verily do thou strengthen the Osiris Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, and let him be among thy marinas, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if thou dost pass by those who are overturned in death, then verily do thou make the Osiris Nu, triumphant, the perfect soul, to stand up upon his feet. and may thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if the hidden things of the underworld are opened unto thee, and thou dost gratify the heart of the cycle of thy gods, then verily do thou grant joy of heart unto the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, and let thy strength be his strength. Thy members, O Ra, are established by this chapter. Chapter 102 of entering the boat of Ra. The chapter of going into the boat of Ra, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail thou, great God, who art in thy body, bring thou me into thy boat. I have come forward to thy steps. Let me be the director of thy journeyings, and let me be among those who belong to thee, and who are among the stars which never rest. The things which are an abomination unto thee, and the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof, but spiritual offerings and holy food will I eat, and I shall not be overthrown thereby. I will not draw nigh unto filth with my hands, and I will not walk thereon with my sandals, because my bread is made of white barley, and my ale is made of red barley. And behold, the septet boat and the atet boat have brought these things, and have laid the gifts of the lands upon the altar of the souls of Anu. Hymns of praise be to thee, O Artius, as thou travellest through heaven. Let there be food for thee, O dweller in the city of Teni. And when the dogs gather together, let me not suffer harm. I myself have come, and I have delivered the God from the things which have been inflicted upon him, and from the grievous sickness of the body, of the arm, and of the leg. I have come, and I have spit upon the body. I have bound up the arm, and I have made the leg to walk. I have entered the boat, and I sail round about by the command of Ra. Chapter 103 of being with Hathor. The chapter of being the goddess Hathor, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the pure traveller. Behold, O Ahi, behold, O Ahi, let me be among those who follow the goddess Hathor. Chapter 104 of sitting with the gods. The chapter of sitting among the great gods, it's missing. Behold, Nebseni, who saith, I sit among the great gods, and I have made a way for myself through the house of the Sepet boat. And behold, the mantis hath brought me to see the great gods who dwell in the underworld, and I shall be triumphant before them, for I am pure. Chapter 105 of offering to the Ka. The chapter of making offerings to the Ka in the underworld, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O my Ka, who art my period of life. Grant thou that I may come before thee, and let me rise up like the sun, and let me be strong, and let me have my soul, and let me gain the mastery over mine enemies. For I have brought to thee an offering of incense, and I have made myself pure therewith, and I will purify that which issueth from thee wherewith. The evil things which I have spoken, and the hateful transgressions which I have committed, lay thou not upon me, for I have the mother of emerald amulet, which belongeth unto the neck of Ra, and which hath been placed there by those who dwell in the double horizon, the eastern and western parts of the sky. Their vigour is my vigour, their vigour is my vigour. My car is like unto their cars, and the celestial food of my car is like unto the celestial food of their cuss. Thou who liftest up the scales, and who exaltest right and truth to the nostrils of Ra this day, let not my head fall away from me. For behold, am I not the eye which looketh upon thee? And am I not the ear which hearkeneth unto thee? For behold, am I not the bull of those who have fallen down in death? And have not the cylindrical mills been made for me? And are not those who live in the height, or according to another reading, those who are the chiefs of Nut for me? Grant thou that I may go forward by thee, for even I am pure, and I have made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. Chapter 106. Prayer for Offerings. The chapter of giving sepulchral meals unto the Osiris Nu, triumphant in Hetpataka, Memphis, in the underworld, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, Hail, great God, thou Lord of heavenly food! Hail, great God, thou Prince of celestial habitations, which supply bread for the god Ptah! Hail, mighty one who dwellest in the great house! Grant ye unto me bread, grant ye unto me ale, and let me cleanse myself by means of the hunch and by the offerings of cakes. Hail, thou divine boat of Sekhet, Aru, let these cakes be brought to me by thy stream, even as thy divine Father, the Mighty One, passed thereon in the divine bark. Chapter 107. Chapter of Knowing. Chapter of going into and of coming out from the gate of the gods of the west, of being among the followers of Ra, and of knowing the souls of the west. Most of this chapter is just in drawings. Chapter 108. The souls of the west. The chapter of knowing the souls of the west, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, Now the mountain of Baku, whereupon this heaven supports itself, is situated in the eastern part of heaven, and it hath dimensions of 300 ket, 30,000 cubits in length, and 150 ket, 15,000 cubits in breadth. Sebek, the lord of Baku, dwelleth to the east of the mountain, and his temple is on the earth there. There is a serpent on the brow of that mountain, and he measureth 30 cubits in length. The first 8 cubits of his length are covered with flints and with shining metal plates. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, knoweth the name of this serpent, which dwelleth on his hills, dweller in his fire, in his name, Now after Ra hath stood still, he inclineth his eyes towards him, and a stoppage of the boat of Ra taketh place, and a mighty sleep cometh upon him that is in the boat, and he goeth down 7 cubits of the great waters. Thereby he maketh Suti to depart, having the harpoon of iron in him, and thereby he is caused to throw up everything which he hath eaten, and thereby is put into his place of restraint. And then I recite before him the enchantment, saying, Get thee back to the sky, for that which is in my hand is ready. I stand up in thy place of restraint. The boat advanceth, taking heed to the way. Thy head is covered up, while I sail on and turn back thy steps. I am the man who covereth thy head, and who poureth cold water upon thy palm. I have strength, and I am strong. I am the divine one, who is mighty in enchantments, namely the son of Nut, and my splendour hath therefore been delivered unto me. Who then is this venerable Khu, who advanceth, walking upon his belly, and upon his tail, and upon the joints of his back? Verily, it is I myself who do walk over thee, and thy strength is in my power. I am he who lifteth up strength, and I have come, and I have become master of the serpents of Ra, when he setteth in my sight at eventide. I go round about heaven, but thou art fettered with fetters, which thing was ordained for thee formerly, when Ra set in life in his horizon. I, even I, know how to guide the matters whereby the serpent Apep is driven back, and I know the divine souls of the west, that is to say, Tem, and Sebek, the lord of Bekau, and Hathor, the lady of the evening. Chapter 109. The West and of the East. The chapter of knowing the souls of the East, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, Nu, triumphant saith, I, even I, know the eastern gate of heaven. Now its southern part is at the lake of Karu, and its northern part is at the canal of the geese, whereout Ra cometh with winds which make him to advance. I am he who is concerned with the tackle, which is in the divine bark. I am the sailor, who seizeth not in the boat of Ra. I, even I know the 2 sycamores of turquoise, between which Ra showeth himself when he strideth forward over the supports of Shu, towards the gate of the Lord of the East, through which Ra cometh forth. I, even I, know the Sekhet Aru of Ra, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat therein is 5 cubits, of the ears thereof 2 cubits, and of the stalks thereof 3 cubits. The barley therein is in height 7 cubits. The ears therefore are 3 cubits, and the stalks thereof are 4 cubits. And behold, the Kus, each one of whom there is in 9 cubits in height, reapeth near the divine souls of the east. I, even I know the divine souls of the east, that is to say, Herukuiti, Harmachis, and the calf of the goddess Kera, and the morning star daily, a divine city, hath been built for me. I know it, and I know the name thereof, Sekhet Aru, is its name. Chapter 110 is mostly in pictures. Here begin the chapters of Sekhet, Hetetep, and the chapters of coming forth by day, of going into and of coming out from the underworld, of coming to Sekhet Aru, of being in Sekhet Hetepet, the mighty city, the Lady of Winds, of having power there, of becoming a coup there, of ploughing there, of reaping there, of eating there, of drinking there, of making love there, and of doing everything even as a man doeth upon earth. Behold the scribe and artist of the temple of Ptah, Nebseni, who saith, Set hath taken possession of Horus, who looked with the two eyes upon the building round Sekhet Hetep, but I have unfettered Horus, and taken him from Set, and Set hath opened the ways of the two eyes which are in heaven. Set hath cast his moisture to the winds upon the soul, who hath his day, or his eye, and who dwelleth in the city of Mer. And he hath delivered the interior of the body of Horus from the Akuru gods. Behold me now, for I make this mighty boat to travel over the lake of Hetep, and I brought it away with might from the palace of Shu. The domain of his stars groweth young, and reneweth its former strength. I have brought the boat into the lakes thereof, so that I may come forth into the cities thereof, and I have sailed into the divine city, Hetep, and behold, it is because I, even I, am at peace with his seasons, and with his guidances, and with his territory, and with the company of the gods, who are his firstborn. He maketh the two divine fighters, Horus and Set, to be at peace with those who watch over the living ones, whom he hath created in fair form, and he bringeth peace with him. He maketh the two divine fighters to be at peace with those who watch over them. He cutteth off the hair from the divine fighters. He driveth away storm from the helpless, and he keepeth away harm from the Kus. Let me gain dominion within that field, for I know it, and I have sailed among its lakes, so that I might come into its cities. My mouth is strong, and I am equipped with weapons to use against the Kus. Let them not have dominion over me. Let me be rewarded with thy fields, O thou god Hetep. That which is thy wish shalt thou do. O Lord of the winds, may I become a coup therein. May I eat therein. May I drink therein. May I plough therein. May I reap therein. May I fight therein. May I make love therein. May my words be mighty therein. May I never be in a state of servitude therein, but may I be in authority therein. Thou hast made me strong. The mouth and the throat of the god Hetep, Quitebu, is its name. He established upon the watery supports of the god Shu, and is linked unto the pleasant things of Ra. He is the divider of years. He is hidden of mouth. His mouth is silent. That which he uttereth is secret. He fulfilleth eternity, and taketh possession of everlastingness of existence as Hetep. The Lord Hetep, the god Horus, maketh himself to be strong like unto the hawk, which is 1,000 cubits in length, and 2,000 cubits in width. In life he hath equipments with him, and he journeyeth on and cometh where the seat of his heart wisseth in the pools thereof, and in the cities thereof. He was begotten in the birth chamber of the god of the city. He hath offerings made unto him of the food of the god of the city. He performeth that which it is met to do therein, and the union thereof, when the matter of everything of the birth chamber of the divine city, when he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth everything therein. And these things are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are all manner of evil things. The god Hetep goeth in and cometh out, and goeth backwards in that field which gathered together all manner of things for the birth chamber of the god of the city. When he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth all manner of things therein which are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are no evil things whatsoever. Let me live with the god Hetep, clothed and not despoiled by the lords of the north. And may the lords of divine things bring food unto me. May he make me to go forward, and may I come forth. And may he bring my power to me there, and may I receive it. And may my equipment be from the god Hetep. May I gain the mastery over the great and mighty word which is in my body, in this my place, and by it I will remember, and I will forget. Let me go forward on my journey, and let me plough. I am at peace in the divine city, and I know the waters, cities, gnomes, and lakes which are in Sekhet Hetep. I exist therein. I am strong therein. I become a coup therein. I eat therein. I sow seed therein. I reap the harvest therein. I plough therein. I make love therein. I am at peace with the god Hetep therein. Behold, I scatter seed therein. I sow about among its lakes, and I come forward to the cities thereof. O divine Hetep, behold, my mouth is equipped with my horns for teeth. Grant me an overflowing supply of the food whereon the Kas and the Kus live. I have passed the judgment of Shu upon him that knoweth him, so that I may go forth to the cities thereof, and may sail about among its lakes, and may walk about in Sekhet Hetep. And behold, Ra is in heaven, and behold, the god Hetep is its double offering. I have come onward to its land. I have put on my girdle. I have come forth, so that the gifts which are about to be given unto me be given. I have made gladness for myself. I have laid hold upon my strength, which the god Hetep hath greatly increased for me. O Unen Hetep, I have entered into thee, and my soul followeth after me, and my divine food is upon both my hands. O Lady of the two lands, who stablished my word, whereby I remember and forget, I would live without injury, without any injury being done unto me. O grant to me, O do thou grant to me joy of heart. Make thou me to be at peace, bind thou up my sinews and muscles, and make me to receive the air, O Unen Hetep, thou Lady of the winds. I have entered into thee, and I have opened, shown my head. Ra falleth asleep, but I am awake. And there is the goddess Hast at the gate of heaven. By night obstacles have been set before me, but I have gathered together what he hath omitted. I am in my city, O Nusert. I have entered into thee, and I have counted my harvest, and I go forward to Uak, and I am the bull enveloped in turquoise, the lord of the field of the bull, the lord of the divine speech of the goddess Septet, Sothis, at her hours, O Uaka. I have entered into thee, I have eaten my bread, I have gotten the mastery over choice pieces of the flesh of oxen, and of feathered fowl, and the birds of Shu have been given unto me. I follow after the gods, and I come after the divine castes. O Chephet, I have entered into thee. I array myself in apparel, and I gird myself with the Sar garment of Ra. Now behold, he is in heaven, and those who dwell therein follow Ra, and I follow Ra in heaven. O Unen Hetep, Lord of the two lands, I have entered into thee, and I have plunged into the lakes of Tixeret. Behold me, for all filth hath departed from me. The great God groweth therein, and behold, I have found food therein. I have snared feathered fowl, and I feed upon the finest of them. O Quintet, I have entered into thee, and I have seen the Osiris, my father, and I have gazed upon my mother, and I have made love, I have caught the worms and serpents, I am delivered. And I know the name of the god who is opposite to the goddess Tishert, and who hath straight hair and is equipped with two horns. He reapeth, and I both plough and reap. O Hast, I have entered into thee. I have driven back those who would come to the turquoise sky, and I have followed the winds of the company of the gods. The great God hath given my head unto me, and he who hath bound on me my head is the mighty one who hath turquoise eyes, namely Ari en Abiv. He doeth as he pleaseth. O Ursa, I have come into thee at the head of the house wherein divine food is brought for me. O Samaham, I have come into thee. My heart watcheth my head, is equipped with the white crown. I am led into celestial regions, and I make to flourish terrestrial objects. And there is joy of heart for the bull, and for the celestial beings, and for the company of the gods. I am the God who is the bull, the Lord of the gods, as he goeth forth from the turquoise sky. O divine gnome of wheat and barley, I have come into thee. I have come forward to thee, and I have taken up that which followeth me, namely the best of the libations of the company of the gods. I have tied up my boat in the celestial lakes. I have lifted up the post at which to anchor. I have recited the prescribed words with my voice, and I have ascribed praises unto the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep. Chapter 111 has not yet been found. Chapter 112 of Knowing the Souls of P. Another chapter of Knowing the Souls of P, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail Kahat, who dwellest in Kahat, in Anput, and in the nome of Kahat. Hail ye goddesses of the chase, who dwell in the city of P, ye celestial lands, ye stars, and ye divine beings, who give cakes and ale. Do ye know for what reason the city of P hath been given unto Horus? I, even I know, though ye know it not. Behold, Ra gave the city unto him in return for the injury in his eye. For which cause Ra said to Horus, Let me see what is coming to pass in thine eye. And forthwith he looked thereat. Then Ra said to Horus, Look at that black pig. And he looked, and straightway an injury was done unto his eye, namely, a mighty storm took place. Then said Horus unto Ra, Verily, my eye seems as if it were an eye upon which Suti had inflicted a blow. And thus saying, he ate his heart. Then said Ra to those gods, Place ye him in his chamber, and he shall do well. Now the black pig was Suti, who had transformed himself into a black pig, and it was who had aimed the blow of fire which was in the eye of Horus. Then said Ra unto those gods, The pig is an abominable thing unto Horus. Oh, but he shall do well, although the pig is an abomination unto him. Then the company of the gods, who were among the divine followers of Horus, when he existed in the form of his own child, said, Let sacrifices be made to the gods of his bulls, and of his goats, and of his pigs. Now the father of Meshthi, Hapi, Tuamhu-Tueth, and Queb-Hensenuf is Horus, and their mother is Isis. Then said Horus to Ra, Give me 2 divine brethren in the city of P, and 2 divine brethren in the city of Nechem, who have sprung from my body, and who shall be with me in the guise of everlasting judges. Then shall the earth blossom, and thunder clouds and rain be blotted out. And the name of Horus became Her Uach, prince of his emerald stone. I, even I, know the souls of P, namely Horus, Mesthi, and Hapi. Chapter 113 of knowing the souls of Neken. The chapter of knowing the souls of Neken, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, I know the hidden things of the city of Neken, that is to say, the things which the mother of Horus did for him, and how she made her voice to go forth over the waters, saying, Speak ye unto me concerning the judgment which is upon me, and show me the path behind you, and let me discover it. And how Ra said, This son of Isis hath perished, and what the mother of Horus did for him, when she cried out, saying, Sebek, the lord of the papyrus swamp, shall be brought to us. And Sebek finished for them, and he found them, and the mother of Horus made them to grow in the places to which they belonged. Then Sebek, the lord of his papyrus swamp, said, I went in, and I found the place where they had passed with my fingers on the edge of the waters, and I enclosed them in my net. And strong was that net. And Ra said, So then, there are fish with the god Sebek, and he hath found the hands and arms of Horus for him in the land of fish. And that land became the land of the city of Ramu, fish. And Ra said, A land of the pool to this net. Then were the hands of Horus brought to him at the uncovering of his face at the festivals of the month and half a month in the land of Ramu. And Ra said, I give the city of Neken to Horus for the habitation of his 2 arms and hands, and his face shall be uncovered before his 2 hands and arms in the city of Neken, and I give into his powers the slaughtered beings who are in them at the festivals of the month and half month. Then Horus said, Let me carry off Tuamuteret and Queb Sinaf, and let them watch over my body. And if they are allowed to be there, then shall they be subservient to the god of the city of Neken. And Ra said, It shall be granted unto thee, there and in the city of Senket, Sati, and there shall be done for them what hath been done for those who dwell in the city of Neken, and verily, they shall be with thee. And Horus said, They have been with thee, and now they shall be with me, and shall hearken unto the god Suti, when he calleth upon the souls of Neken. Grant to me that I, even I, may pass on to the souls of Neken, and that I may unloose the bonds of Horus. I, even I, know the souls of Neken, namely Horus, Tuamuteth, and Queb Sinaf. Chapter 114 of knowing the souls of Kemenu. The chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, the goddess Mart, is carried by the arm at the shining of the goddess Neith in the city of Menchat, and at the shining of the eye when it is weighed. I am carried over by it, and I know what it bringeth from the city of Kessi, and I will neither declare it unto men, nor tell it unto the gods. I have come, being the envoy of Ra, to establish Ma'at upon the arm at the shining of Neith, in the city of Menchat, and to adjudge the eye to him that shall scrutinize it. I have come as a power through the knowledge of the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, who love to know what ye love. I know, Ma'at, which have germinated and have become strong, and have been judged, and I have joy in passing judgment upon the things which are to be judged. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu. Even I know the things which are unknown on the festivals of the month and a half a month. Ra knoweth the hidden things of the night, and know ye that it is Thoth who hath made me to have knowledge. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu, since I know you each day. Chapter 117 of knowing the souls of Anu. The chapter of coming forth from heaven, and of making a way through Amenhet, and of knowing the souls of Anu, Helopolis, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have passed the day since yesterday among the great divine beings, and I have come into being along with the god Khepra. My face is uncovered before the eye, the only one, and the orbit of the night have been opened. I am a divine being among you. I know the souls of Anu. Shall not the god Irma pass over it as he journeyeth forward with vigour? Have I not overcome? Have I not spoken to the gods? Behold, he that is the heir of Anu have been destroyed. I, even I, know for what reason was made the lock of hair of the man. Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, and an injury was done unto his mouth, that is to say, he was wounded in that mouth. And Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, saying, O heir of man, receive thy harpoon. And the harpoon house came into being. Behold, O god Amihaf, two divine brethren have come into being. That is to say, Senti Ra came into being, and Setem Ansif came into being, and his hand stayed not, and he made his form into that of a woman with a lock of hair, which became the divine lock in Anu, and which became the strong and mighty one in this temple. And it became the strong one of Anu, and it became the heir of Ermat, the mighty one of the two eyes. And it became before him the god Irma of Anu. I know the souls of Anu, namely Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Chapter 116 of knowing the souls of Kemenu. Another chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, saith, the goddess Neith shineth in Machat, and the goddess Ma'at is carried by the arm of him who eateth the eye, and who is its divine judge. And the Sem priest carrieth me over upon it. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I have entered in being an ignorant man, and I have seen the hidden things. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in Kemenu. Ye know me, even as I know the goddess Neith. And ye give to the eye the growth which endureth. There is joy to me at the judgment of the things which are to be judged. Even I know the souls of Anu. They are great at the festival of the month, and are little at the festival of the half month. They are Thoth, the hidden one, and Sar, and Tem. Chapter 117. Walking in the Underworld. The chapter of receiving paths whereon to walk in Restau, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, the paths which are above me lead to Restau, and I am he who is girt about with his girdle, and who cometh forth from the goddess of the erect crown. I have come, and I have established things in Abidos, and I have opened out paths in Restau. The god Osiris hath eased my pains. I am he who maketh the waters to come into being, and who setteth his throne thereon, and who maketh his path through the funeral valley, and through the great lake. I have made my path, and indeed I am Osiris. Osiris was victorious over his enemies, and the Osiris Nebquet is victorious over his enemies. He hath become as one of yourselves, O ye gods. His protector is the Lord of eternity. He walketh even as ye walk. He standeth even as ye stand. He sitteth even as ye sit. And he talketh even as ye talk, in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Chapter 118. Of coming forth from Restau. The chapter of coming forth from Restau, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, I was born in Restau, and splendour hath been given unto me by those who dwell in their spiritual bodies. So who? In the habitation where liberations are made unto Osiris, the divine ministers who are in Restau shall receive me. When Osiris is led into the twofold funeral region of Osiris, O let me be a divine being whom they shall lead into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. Chapter 119. Of coming forth from Restau. The chapter of coming forth from Restau, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, I am the great God who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name is made in Restau, and thy power is in Abidos. Thou art raised up then, O Osiris, and thou goest round about through heaven with Ra, and thou lookest upon the germinations of men. O thou one who circlest thou Ra, behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the God, and I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. The chapter of knowing the name of Osiris and of entering into and of going out from Restau in all the forms wherein he willeth to come forth. The scribe Mes-em-neter triumphant saith, I am the great name who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name hath been made in Restau when it hath fallen. Therein homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy strength and in thy power. Thou hast obtained the mastery in Restau. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, in thy might and in thy power. Thou art raised up, O Osiris, and thy might is in Restau, and thy power is in Abydos. Thou goest round about through heaven, and thou sailest before Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men. O thou being, who circlest thou Ra, behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the God, and I say, let it come to pass that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. Chapter 120 and 121 are mostly missing but are referenced in other chapters. Chapter 122, of going into the underworld after coming out therefrom. The chapter of going in after coming forth from the underworld. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, Open unto me, who then art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you, assembler of souls, is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Watchful one is the name of its bows. Evil is it, is the name of the rudder. Steering straight for the middle is the name of the Machatpet. So, likewise, the boat is a type of my sailing onward to the pole. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk, together with cakes and loaves of bread, and cups of drink, and pieces of meat, in the temple of Anpu. Or as others say, grant thou me these things, wholly, let it be so done unto me, that I may enter in like a hawk, and that I may come forth like the Benu bird, and like the morning star. Let me make my path so that I may go in peace into the beautiful Amentet, and let the lake of Osiris be mine. Let me make my path, and let me enter in, and let me adore Osiris, the Lord of life. Chapter 123, of entering the great house. The chapter of entering into the great house. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant saith, Homage to thee, O Thoth. I am Thoth, who have weighed the two divine fighters, Horus and Set. I have destroyed their warfare, and I have diminished their wailings. I have delivered the Atu, fish, in his turning back, and I have performed that which thou didst order concerning him, and afterwards I lay down within my eye. I am he who have been without opposition. I have come to do thou look upon me in the temple of Nemhara, or Uhemhara. I give commands in the words of the divine aged ones. And moreover, I guide for thee the lesser deities. Chapter 124 of Entering Before Osiris. The chapter of going into the presence of the divine sovereign princes of Osiris, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, My soul have built for me a habitation in the city of Tatu. I sow seed in the city of Pi, and I plough my field with my labourers. And for this reason, my palm tree is like Amasu, that which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I shall not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. I shall not eat therefore by sportural meals and food. I shall not be destroyed. The abominational things I shall not take into my hands. I shall not walk upon it in my sandals, because my cakes are made of white grain, and my ale is made of red grain. And behold, the septet boat and the matet boat, bring them to me, and I eat therefore under the branches of the trees, the beautiful arms of which I know. O let thou splendour be prepared for me, with the white crown, which is lifted up upon me by the Uraei goddesses. Hail thou guardian of the divine doors of the god Sehetep Tuai, he who maketh the world to be at peace. Bring thou to me that of which they make sportural mills. Grant thou that I may lift up the branches. May the God of light open to me his arms, and may the company of the gods keep silence whilst the denizens of heaven talk with the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu triumphant. I am the leader of the hearts of the gods who strengthen me, and I am a mighty one among the divine beings. If any god or any goddess shall come forth against me, he shall be judged by the ancestors of the year who live upon hearts, and who make cakes for me, and Osiris shall devour him at his coming forth from Abydos. He shall be judged by the ancestors of Ra, and he shall be judged by the God of light, who clotheth heaven among the divine princes. I shall have bread in my mouth at stated seasons, and I shall enter in before the gods. He shall speak with me, and I shall speak with the followers of the gods. I shall speak with the disk, and I shall speak with the denizens of heaven. I shall put the terror of myself into the blackness of night, which is in the goddess Mehert, who is near him that dwelleth in might. And behold, I shall be there with Osiris. My condition of completeness shall be his condition of completeness among the divine princes. I shall speak unto him with the words of men, and he shall repeat unto me the words of the gods. Aku, who is equipped with power, shall come. I am Aku, who is equipped with power. I am equipped with the power of all the Kus, being the form of the Sahu, spiritual bodies of Anu, Tatu, Sutenhanen, Abatu, Apu, and Sanu. The Osiris of Anchor is victorious over every god and every goddess who are hidden in Neter Kehertet. Chapter 125. The chapter 125 consists of 3 parts: the introduction, the negative confession, and a concluding text. Of entering in the judgment, the introduction. Introductory hymn of praise. The chapter of entering into the hall of double Marti, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the governor of Amentet. Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties. My hands are raised in adoration of thy name, right and truth. I came and I drew unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. Then I entered into the hidden place, and I spake with the god Set, and my protector advanced to me, and his face was clothed or covered, and he fell upon the hidden things. He entered into the temple of Osiris, and he looked upon the hidden things which were therein, and the sovereign chiefs of the Philions were in the forms of Kus. And the god Anpu spake to those who were on both sides of him with the speech of a man. As he came from Tamara, he knoweth our paths and our cities. I make offerings, and I smell the odour of him, as if he were one among you. And I say unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant, I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see the great gods, and I live upon the offerings which are among their food. I have been to the borders of the territory of Bar-Neb Tetet, the soul, the lord of Tatu, or Osiris, and he hath caused me to come forth like a Bennu bird, and to utter words. I have been in the water of the stream, and I have made offerings of incense. I have guided myself to the Shentet tree of the divine children. I have been in Abu, or Abu Elphatine, in the temple of the goddess Satet. I have submerged the boat of mine enemies, whilst I myself have sailed over the lake in the Neshmet boat. I have seen the Sahu, the spiritual bodies, in the city of Quemer. I have been in the city of Tatu, and I have brought myself to silence therein. I have caused the god to have the mastery over his 2 feet. I have been in the temple of Teptuth, he that is on his hill, or Anubis, and I have seen him that is Lord of the divine temple. I have entered into the temple of Osiris, and I have arrayed myself in the apparel of him that is therein. I have entered into Restau, and I have seen the hidden things which are therein. I was shrouded therein, but I found a way for myself. I have gone into the city Anaret, the place where nothing groweth, and I covered my nakedness with garments which were therein. There was given unto me the unguent, such as women use along with the powder of human beings. Verily, Sut hath spoken unto me the things which concern himself, and I said, let thy weighing be in us. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, knowest thou the name of this door, so as to declare it unto me? And Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, in peace, triumphant, saith, destroyer of the god Shu is the name of this door. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, knowest thou the name of the upper leaf and of the lower leaf, Lord of Maat? Upon his 2 feet is the name of the upper leaf, and Lord of twofold strength, the subduer of cattle, is the name of the lower leaf. The majesty of the god Anpu saith, since thou knowest, pass on, O Osiris the scribe, the teller of the divine offerings of all the gods of Thebes, Ani triumphant, the Lord of reverence. Address to Osiris. The following shall be said when the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, Nu, triumphant, cometh forth into the hall of double Marti, so that he may be separated from every sin which he hath done, and may behold the faces of the gods. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith, homage to thee, O great God, thou Lord of double Marti. I have come to thee, O my Lord, and I have brought myself hither that I may behold thy beauties. I know thee, and I know thy name, and I know the names of the 42 gods who exist with thee in this hall of double Marti, who live as warders of sinners, and who feed upon their blood, on the day when the lives of men are taken into account in the presence of the god Un-Nefer. In truth, Rekheti, Murti, Neb, Marti, twin sisters with 2 eyes, ladies of double Marti, is thy name. In truth, I have come to thee, and I have brought Maat, right and truth, to thee, and I have destroyed wickedness for thee. I have not done evil to mankind. I have not oppressed the members of my family. I have not wrought evil in the place of right and truth. I have had no knowledge of worthless men. I have not wrought evil. I have not made to be the first consideration of each day that excessive labour should be performed for me. I have not brought forward my name for exaltation, to honours. I have not ill-treated servants. I have not thought scorn of God. I have not defrauded the oppressed one of his property. I have not done that which is an abomination unto the gods. I have not caused harm to be done to the servant by his chief. I have not caused pain. I have made no man to suffer hunger. I have made no one to weep. I have done no murder. I have not given the order for murder to be done for me. I have not inflicted pain upon mankind. I have not defrauded the temples of their oblations. I have not purloined the cakes of the gods. I have not carried off the cakes offered to the Kus. I have not committed fornication. I have not polluted myself in the holy places of the God of my city, nor diminished from the bushel. I have neither added to nor filched away land. I have not enroached upon the fields of others. I have not added to the weights of the scales to cheat the seller. I have not misread the pointer of the scales to cheat the buyer. I have not carried away the milk from the mouths of children. I have not driven away the cattle which were upon their pastures. I have not snared the feathered fowl of the preserves of the gods. I have not caught fish with bait made of fish of their kind. I have not turned back the water at the time when it should flow. I have not cut a cutting in a canal of running water. I have not extinguished a fire or light when it should burn. I have not violated the times of offering the chosen meat offerings. I have not driven off the cattle from the property of the gods. I have not repulsed God in his manifestations. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. I am pure. My purity is the purity of that great Bennu, which is in the city of Suten-Henen, Heracleopolis. For behold, I am the nose of the God of the winds, who maketh all mankind to live on the day when the eye, Uchat of Ra, is full in Anu, Heliopolis. At the end of the second month of the season Pert, the season of growing, in the presence of the divine Lord of this earth, I have seen the eye of Ra when it was full in Anu. Therefore, let not evil befall me in this land and in this hall of double Marti, because I, even I, know the names of these gods who are therein, and who are the followers of the great God. The negative confession. The scribe Nebseni, triumphant, saith, Hail thou who strides along, who comest forth from Anu, Heliopolis. I have not done iniquity. Hail thou who art embraced by flame, who comest forth from Keher-Aha. I have not robbed with violence. Hail thou divine nose, Fenti, who comest forth from Kemenu, Hermopolis. I have not done violence to any man. Hail thou who eatest shades, who comest forth from the place where the Nile riseth. I have not committed theft. Hail Neharhal, who comest forth from Restau. I have not slain man or woman. Hail thou double lying God, who comest forth from heaven. I have not made light the bushel. Hail thou, whose two eyes are like flint, who comest forth from Shechem, Leopolis. I have not acted deceitfully. Hail thou flame, who comest forth as thou goest back. I have not purloined the things which belong unto God. Hail thou crusher of bones, who comest forth from Sutenhanen, Heraclepolis, I have not uttered falsehood. Hail thou who makest the flame to wax strong, who comest forth from Hetkarptar, Memphis, I have not carried away food. Hail, Kirti, the two sources of the Nile, who come forth from Amentet, I have not uttered evil words. Hail thou whose teeth shine, who comest forth from Tashi, the Phaeum, I have attacked no man. Hail thou who dost consume blood, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not killed the beast, which are the property of God. Hail thou who dost consume the entrails, who comest forth from the Mabed chamber, I have not acted deceitfully. Hail thou God of right and truth, who comest forth from the city of double Marti, I have not laid waste the lands which have been ploughed. Hail thou who goest backwards, who comest forth from the city of Babasist, I have never pried into matters to make mischief. Hail Arti, who comest forth from Anu, Helipolis, I have not set my mouth in motion against any man. Hail thou who art doubly evil, who comest forth from the nome of Arti, I have not given away to wrath concerning myself without a cause. Hail thou, serpent Umenti, who comest forth from the house of slaughter, I have not defiled the wife of a man. Hail thou who lookest upon what is brought to him, who comest forth from the temple of Amasu, I have not committed any sin against purity. Hail, chief of the divine princes, who comest forth from the city of Nehatu, I have not struck fear into any man. Hail, Kemi, destroyer, who comest forth from the lake of Kas, I have not encroached upon sacred times and seasons. Hail thou who orderest speech, who comest forth from Urit, I have not been a man of anger. Hail thou child, who comest forth from the lake of Hequat, I have not made myself deaf to the words of right and truth. Hail thou disposer of speech, who comest forth from the city of Unis, I have not stirred up strife. Hail Basti, who comest forth from the secret city, I have made no man to weep. Hail thou whose face is turned backwards, who comest forth from the dwelling, I have not committed acts of impurity, neither have I lain with men. Hail leg of fire, who comest forth from Akeku, I have not eaten my heart. Hail Kenemeti, who comest forth from the city of Kenemet, I have abused no man. Hail thou who bringest thine offering, who comest forth from the city of Seul, sayest, I have not acted with violence. Hail thou Lord of faces, who comest forth from the city of Chephet, I have not judged hastily. Hail thou who givest knowledge, who comest forth from Unth, I have not, bits missing, and I have not taken vengeance upon the God. Hail thou Lord of two horns, who comest forth from Satu. I have not multiplied my speech overmuch. Hail Nefertem, who comest forth from Hetkarpatar, Memphis. I have not acted with deceit, and I have not worked wickedness. Hail Tem-Seb, who comest forth from Tatu. I have not uttered curses on the king. Hail thou whose heart doth labour, who comest forth from the city of Tebti. I have not fouled water. Hail Ahi of the water, who comest forth from Nu. I have not made haughty my voice. Hail thou who givest commands to mankind, who comest forth from Sar. I have not cursed the God. Hail Neheb Nefert, who comest forth from Lake of Nefer. I have not behaved with insolence. Hail Neheb Kal, who comest forth from thy city. I have not sought for distinctions. Hail thou whose head is holy, who comest forth from thy habitation. I have not increased my wealth except with such things as are justly mine own possessions. Hail thou who bringest thine own arm, who comest forth from Akert, underworld. I have not thought scorn of the God who is in my city. Addressed to the gods of the underworld. Then shall the heart which is righteous and sinless say, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant saith, homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in your hall of double Marti. I, even I know you, and I know your names. Let me not fall under your knives of slaughter, and bring ye not forward my wickedness unto the God in whose train ye are. And let not evil hap come upon me by your means. O declare ye me right and true in the presence of Nebuchadnezzar, because I have done that which is right and true in Tamar, Egypt. I have not cursed God, and let not evil hap come upon me through the king who dwelleth in my day. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in your hall of double Marti, who are without evil in your bodies, and who live upon right and truth, and who feed yourselves upon right and truth, in the presence of the god Horus, who dwelleth in his divine disk. Deliver ye me from the god Baba, who liveth upon the entrails of the mighty ones, upon the day of the great judgment. O grant ye that I may come to you, for I have not committed faults, I have not sinned, I have not done evil, I have not borne false witness. Therefore let nothing evil be done unto me. I live upon right and truth, and I feed upon right and truth. I perform the commandments of men, as well as the things whereat are gratified the gods. I have made the God to be at peace with me by doing that which is his will. I have given bread to the hungry man, and water to the thirsty man, and apparel to the naked man, and a boat to the shipwrecked mariner. I have made holy offerings to the gods and sepulchral meals to the Kus. Be ye then my deliverers, be ye then my protectors, and make ye not accusations against me in the presence of the great God. I am clean of mouth and clean of hands. Therefore let it be said unto me by those who shall behold me, come in peace, come in peace. For I have heard that mighty word which the spiritual bodies, Sahu, spake unto the cat. In the house of Hatri I have been made to give evidence before the god Harafahath, he whose face is behind him, and he hath given a decision concerning me. I have seen the things over which the Persea tree spreadeth its branches within Riseu. I am he who hath offered up prayers to the gods, and who knoweth their persons. I have come, and I have advanced to make the declaration of right and truth, and to set the balance upon what supporteth it within the region of Akert. Hail thou who art exalted upon thy standard, thou Lord of the Atafu crown, whose name is proclaimed as Lord of the winds. Deliver thou me from thy divine messengers, who cause dire deeds to happen, and who cause calamities to come into being, and who are without coverings for their faces. For I have done that which is right and true, for the Lord of right and truth. I have purified myself and my breast with libations, and my hinder parts with the things which make clean, and my inner parts which have been in the pool of right and truth. There is no single member of mine which lacketh right and truth. I have been purified in the pool of the south, and I have rested in the northern city, which is in the field of the grasshoppers, wherein the divine sailors of Ra bathe at the second hour of the night, and at the third hour of the day. And the hearts of the gods are gratified after they have passed through it, whether it be by night or whether it be by day. And they say unto me, Let thyself come forward. And they say unto me, Who then art thou? And they say unto me, What is thy name? I am he who is equipped under the flowers, and I am the dweller in his olive tree is my name. And they say unto me, Straightway pass thou on. And I passed on by the city to the north of the olive tree. What then didst thou see there? The leg and the thigh. What then didst thou say unto them? Let me see rejoicings in those lands of Fenku. And what did they give unto thee? A flame of fire and a tablet or scepter of crystal. What then didst thou do therewith? I buried them by the furrow of Manat as things for the night. What then didst thou find by the furrow of Mart? A scepter of flint, the name of which is Giver of Winds. What then didst thou do to the flame of fire, and the tablet or sceptre of crystal, after thou hadst buried them. I uttered words over them in the furrow, and I dug them out therefrom. I extinguished the fire, and I broke the tablet or sceptre, and I created a pool of water. Come then, they say, and enter in through the door of this hall of double marty, for thou knowest us. We will not let thee enter in through us, say the bolts of this door, unless thou tellest us our names. Tongue of the balance, of the place of right and truth, is your name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the right lintel of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Balance of the support of right and truth is thy name. I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the left lintel of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Balance of wine is thy name. I will not let thee pass over me, saith the threshold of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Ox of the god Seb is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the fastening of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Flesh of his mother is thy name. I will not open unto thee, saith the socket of the fastening of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Living eye of the god Sebek, the lord of Baku, is thy name. I will not open unto thee, and I will not let thee enter in by me, saith the guardian of the leaf of this door, unless thou tellest me my name. Elbow of the god Shu, when he placeth himself to protect Osiris, is thy name. We will not let thee enter in by us, say the post of this door, unless thou tell us our name. Children of the Ure goddesses is your name. Thou knowest us, they say. Pass on, therefore, by us. I will not let thee tread upon me, saith the floor of this hall of double marty, because I am silent, and I am holy, and because I do not know the names of thy 2 feet, wherewith thou wouldest walk upon me. Therefore tell them to me, traveller of the god Kas, is the name of my right foot, and staff of the goddess Hathor is the name of my left foot. Thou knowest me, it saith. Pass on, therefore, over me. I will not make mention of thee, saith the guardian of the door of this hall of double marty, unless thou tellest me my name. Discerner of hearts and searcher of the reins is thy name. Now will I make mention of thee to the God. But who is the God that dwelleth in his hour? Speak thou it. His name? Mau Tuai. He who not keepeth the record of the 2 lands is his name. Who then is Mau Tuai? He is Thoth. Come, saith Thoth. But why hast thou come? I have come, and I press forward, that I may be mentioned. What now is thy condition? I, even I, am purified from evil things, and I am protected from the baleful deeds of those who live in their days, and I am not among them. Now, will I make mention of thee to the God? Tell me now, who is he whose heaven is of fire, whose walls are surmounted by living array, and the floor of whose house is a stream of water? Who is he, I say? It is Osiris. Come forward then, verily, thou shalt be mentioned to him. Thy cakes shall come from the eye of Ra, and thine ale shall come from the eye of Ra. And the sepulchral mills, which shall be brought to thee upon earth, shall come from the eye of Ra. This hath been declared for the Osiris, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant. Chapter 126. Address to the four apes. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith, Hail ye four apes, who sit in the bows of the boat of Ra, who convoy right and truth to Neb-Tukkur, who sit in judgment on my misery and on my strength, who make the gods to rest contended by means of the flame of your mouths, who offer holy offerings to the gods and the sepulchral mills, to the Kus, who live upon right and truth, and who feed upon right and truth of hearts, who are without deceit and fraud, and to whom wickedness is an abomination, to do ye away with my evil deeds, and put ye away my sin, which deserved stripes upon earth, and destroy ye any evil whatsoever that belongeth unto me, and let there be no obstacle whatsoever on my part towards you. O grant ye that I may make my way through the underworld. Amahet, let me enter into Restau, let me pass through the hidden pylons of Amentet. I grant that there may be given to me cakes, and ale, and sweet meats, even as they are given to living Kus, and grant that I may enter in and come forth from Restau. The four apes make answer, saying, Come then, for we have done away with thy wickedness, and we have put away thy sin, along with the sin deserving of stripes which thou didst commit upon earth, and we have destroyed all the evil which belonged to thee upon the earth. Enter therefore into Restau, and pass thou through the hidden pylons of Amentet, and there shall be given unto thee cakes and ale, and sweet meats. And thou shalt come forth, and thou shalt enter in at thy desire, even as do those Kus who are favoured of the God, and thou shalt be proclaimed or called each day in the horizon. Chapter 127. Hymn to the Gods of Kirti. The book of the praise of the gods of the Kirti, which a man shall recite when he come forth before them to enter into see the God in the great temple of the underworld. And he shall say, Homage to you, O ye gods of the Kirti, ye divine dwellers in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye guardians of the doors of the underworld, who keep ward over the God who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of the god Osiris, and who hold yourselves ready, and who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. I send ye forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and behold ye the holy and divine mighty one. O ye who live even as he liveth, and call ye upon him that dwelleth within his divine disk. Lead ye the king of the north and of the south. Mart Ra Setep En Amen. The son of the sun. Ra Meses Meri Amen Ra Heg Mart. Through your doors may his divine soul enter into your hidden places. For he is one among you, and he hath shot forth calamities upon the serpent fiend Apep. And he hath beaten down the obstacles which Apep set up in Amentet. Thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies. O great God, who livest in thy divine disk, thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies. O Osiris, governor of Amentet, thy word hath prevailed mightily over thine enemies, in heaven and in earth. O thou king of the north and of the south, Mart Ra Setep En Amen, the son of the sun, Ra Meses Meri Amen Ra Heg Mart, and over the sovereign princes of every god and of every goddess, O Osiris, governor of Amentet. He hath uttered words in the presence of the god in the valley of the dead, and he have gained the mastery over the mighty sovereign princes. Hail ye doorkeepers! Hail ye doorkeepers, who guard your gates, who punish souls, who devour the bodies of the dead, who advance over them at their examination in the places of destruction, who give right and truth to the soul and to the divine coup. The beneficent one, the mighty one, whose throne is holy in Akert, who is endowed with soul like Ra, and who is praised like Osiris. Lead ye along the king of the north and of the south, Mart Ra Setep En Amen, the son of the sun, Ra Meses Meri Amen Ra Heg Mart. Unbolt ye for him the doors, and open ye the place of his courtesy for him. Behold, make ye his word to triumph over his enemies, and indeed let meat offerings and drink offerings be made unto him by the God of the double door, and let him put on the Nemes crown of him that dwelleth in the great and hidden shrine. Behold the image of Herokuti, Hamakis, who is doubly true, and who the divine soul, and the divine, and the perfect coup, he hath prevailed with his hands. The two great and mighty gods cry out to the king of the north and south, Mart Ra Setep En Amen, the son of the sun, Ra Meses Meri Amen Ra Heg Mart. They rejoice in him. They sing praises to him and clap their hands. They accord him their protection, and he liveth. The king of the north and south, Mart Ra Setep En Amen, the son of the sun, Ra Meses Meri Amen Ra Heg Mart, riseth like a living soul in heaven. He hath been commanded to make his transformations. He hath made himself victorious before the divine sovereign chiefs, and he hath made his way through the gates of heaven and of earth and of the underworld, even as hath Ra, the king of the north and south, Ursamat Ra Setep En Amen, the son of the sun, Ra Meses Mari Amen Ra Hegmat, saith, Open unto me the gate of heaven, and of earth, and of the underworld, for I am the divine soul of Osiris. I rest in him, and let me pass through their halls. Let the gods sing praises unto me when they see me. Let me enter, and let favour be shown upon me. Let me come forth, and let me be beloved. And let me go forward, for no defect or failing have been found clinging unto me. Chapter 128. Address to the Sovereign Chiefs. A chapter to be recited on coming before the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris to offer praise unto the gods who are the guides of the underworld. Osiris the chief scribe and draughtsman Ptah-mes, triumphant saying, Homage to you, O ye gods who dwelleth in the Qurati, ye gods who dwell in Amentet, who keep ward over the gates of the underworld, and are the guardians thereof, who bear and proclaim the names of those who come into the presence of Osiris, who praise him, and who destroy the enemies of Ra. O send forth your light, and scatter ye the darkness which is about you, and look upon the face of Osiris, O ye who live even as he liveth, and praise ye him that dwelleth in his disk. And lead ye me away from your calamities. Let me come forth, and let me enter in through your secret places, for I am a mighty prince among you. For I have done away with evil there, and I have beaten down the obstacles which have been set up in Amentet. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O thou that dwellest in thy disk. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O Thoth, who producest statues. Thou hast been victorious over thine enemies, O Osiris, the chief scribe and draughtsman of Ptah-mes, triumphant. Thou hast been triumphant over thine enemies, O Osiris, thou governor of Amentet in heaven and upon earth, in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess, and the food of Osiris, the governor of Amentet, is in the presence of the god whose name is hidden before the great divine sovereign chiefs. Hail ye guardians of the doors, ye gods who keep ward over their habitations, who keep the reckoning and who commit souls to destruction, who grant right and truth to the divine soul, which is established, who are without evil in the abode of Akert, who are endowed with soul, even as it is Ra, and who are its missing, as is Osiris. Guide ye Osiris, the chief scribe, the draughtsman, Ptah-mes, triumphant, open ye unto him the gates of the underworld, and the uppermost part of his estate and his quirt. Behold, make ye him to be victorious over his enemies. Provide ye him with the offerings of the god of the underworld. Make noble the divine being who dwelleth in the Nemes crown, the Lord of the knowledge of Akert. Behold, stablished, bits missing, this soul in right and truth, and let it become a perfect soul that hath gained the mastery with its two hands. The great and mighty gods cry out, He hath gotten the victory, and they rejoice in him, and they ascribe praise unto him with their hands, and they turn unto him their faces. The living one is triumphant, and is even like a living soul dwelling in heaven, and he hath been ordered to perform his transformations. Osiris triumphed over his enemies, and Osiris, the chief scribe and draughtsman, Ptahmes, triumphant, hath gained the victory over his enemies in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell in heaven, and in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who dwell upon the earth. Chapter 128. Hymn to Osiris. A hymn of praise to Osiris. The Osiris Arth Anchor, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O Osiris, Un-Nefer, triumphant, thou son of Nut, thou firstborn son of Seth, thou mighty one, who comest forth from Nut, thou king in the city of Nifer, thou governor of Amentet, thou lord of Abydos, thou lord of souls, thou mighty one of strength, thou lord of the Atef crown in Sutenhanen, thou lord of the divine form in the city of Nifer, thou lord of the tomb, thou mighty one of the souls into two, thou lord of sepulchral offerings, thou whose festivals are many into two. The god Horus exalteth his father in every place or shrine. He uniteth himself unto the goddess Isis, and unto her sister Netheus, and the god Thoth reciteth for him the mighty glorifyings which are within him, and which come forth from his mouth, and the heart of Horus is stronger than that of all the gods. Rise up then, O Horus, thou son of Isis, and avenge thy father Osiris. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee. I am Horus, and I have avenged thee, and I feed this day upon the sepulchral meals of oxen and feathered fowl, and upon all the beautiful things offered unto Osiris. Rise up then, O Osiris, for I have struck down for thee all thine enemies, and I have taken vengeance upon them for thee. I am Horus upon this beautiful day of thy fair rising in thy soul, which exalteth thee along with itself on this day before thine divine sovereign princes. Hail, O Osiris, thy car hath come unto thee, and rest with thee, and thou restest therein, thy name of Kah-hetep. It maketh thee glorious in thy name of Ku, and it maketh me like unto the morning star in thy name of Hehu, and it openeth for thee the ways in thy name of Ap-Uap. Hail, O Osiris, I have come unto thee, and I have set thine enemies under thee in every place, and thou art triumphant in the presence of the company of the gods, and of the divine sovereign chiefs. Hail, O Osiris, thou hast received thy sceptre, and the place whereon thou art to rest, and thy steps are under thee. Thou bringest food to the gods, and thou bringest sepulchral meals unto those who dwell in their tombs. Thou hast given thy might unto the gods, and thou hast created the great God. Thou hast thy existence with them in their spiritual bodies. Thou gatherest thyself unto all the gods, and thou hearest the word of right and truth on the day when offerings to this God are ordered on the festivals of Uka. Chapter 129 is just a picture. Chapter 130 of perfecting the Spirit. Another chapter of making perfect the coup, which is to be recited on the birthday of Osiris, and of making to live the soul forever. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, Nu, triumphant, saith, the heavens are opened, the earth is opened, the west is opened, the east is opened, the southern half of heaven is open, the northern half of heaven is opened. The doors are opened, and the gates are thrown wide open to Ra, as he cometh forth from the horizon. The Sektek boat openeth for him, the double doors and the Matet boat brusheth open for him the gates. He breatheth, and the god Shu cometh into being, and he createth the goddess Tefnut. Those who are in the following of Osiris follow his train, and the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, Nu, triumphant, followeth over on in the train of Ra. He taketh his iron weapon, and he forceth open the shrine, even as doth Horus, and pressing onward, as he advanceth unto the hidden things of his habitations, with the libations of his divine shrine. The messenger of the god that loveth him, the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, triumphant, bringeth forth the right and the truth, and he maketh to advance the going forward of Osiris. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, triumphant, taketh in his hands the cordus, and he bindeth fast the shrine. Storms are the things which he abominateth. Let no water flood be nigh unto him. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, triumphant, be repulsed before Ra, and let him not be made to turn back. For behold, the eye is in his two hands. Let not the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, triumphant, walk in the valley of darkness. Let him not enter into the lake of those who are evil, and let him have no existence among the damned, even for a moment. Let not the Osiris Nu fall headlong among those who would lead him captive, and let not his soul go in among them. Let his divine face take possession of the place behind the block of the god Septu. Hymns of praise be unto you, O ye divine beings of the thigh, the knives of God, work in secret, and the two arms and hands of God cause the light to shine. It is doubly pleasant unto him to lead the old unto him, along with the young at his season. Now behold, the god Thoth dwelleth within his hidden places, and he performeth the ceremonies of libation unto the god who reckoneth millions of years, and he make a way through the firmament, and he doeth away with storms and whirlwinds from his stronghold. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sill, triumphant, arriveth in the places of his habitations. O ye divine beings of the fire, do ye away with his sorrow, and his suffering, and his pain, and may the sorrow of the Osiris Nu be altogether put away. Let the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant gratify Ra. Let him make a way into the horizon of Ra. Let his boat be ready for him. Let him sail on happily, and let Thoth put light into his heart. Then shall the Osiris Nu, triumphant, praise and glorify Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words, and he shall beat down the obstacles which cometh from his enemies. I have not been shipwrecked. I have not been turned back in the horizon, for I am Ra Osiris. And the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, shall not be shipwrecked in the great boat. Behold him whose face is in the god of the thigh, because the name of Ra is in the body of the Osiris Nu. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, and his honour is in his mouth. He shall speak unto Ra, and Ra shall hearken unto his words. Hymns of praise unto thee, O Ra, in the horizon, and homage unto thee, O thou that purifiest with light the denizens of heaven. O thou who hast sovereign power over heaven at the supreme moment, when the paddles of thine enemies move with thee. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant, cometh with the ordering of right and truth. For there is an iron firmament in Amentet, which the fiend Apep hath broken through with his storms before the double-lying god. And this will the Osiris Nu set in order. O hearken ye, ye who dwell upon the top of the throne of majesty. The Osiris Nu shall come in among thy divine sovereign chiefs, and Ra shall deliver him from Apep each day, so that he may not come nigh unto him, and he shall make himself vigilant. The Osiris Nu shall have power over the things which are written. He shall receive sepulchral meals, and the god Thoth shall provide him with the things which should be prepared for him. The Osiris Nu maketh right and truth to go round about the bows in the great boat, and have triumph among the divine sovereign chiefs. And he established it for millions of years. The divine chiefs guide him, and guide unto him a passage in the boat with joy and gladness. The first ones among the company of the sailors of Ra are behind him, and he is happy. Right and truth are exalted, and they have come unto their divine Lord, and praises have been ascribed unto the god Neb-Ertachur. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant, have taken in his hands the weapon, and he have made his way through heaven therewith. The denizens thereof have ascribed praises unto him, as unto a divine being, who standeth up and never sinketh to rest. The god Ra exalteth him by reason of what he have done, and he causeth him to make of none effect the whirlwind and the storm. He looketh upon his splendours, and he stablished his oars, and the boat saileth round about in heaven, rising like the sun in the darkness. Thoth, the mighty one, leadeth the Osiris Nu within his eye, and he sitteth upon his thighs in the mighty boat of Khepra. He cometh into being, and the things which he saith come to pass. The Osiris Nu advanceth, and he journeyeth round about heaven unto Amentet. The fiery deities stand up before him, and the god Shu rejoiceth exceedingly. And they take in their hands and bows of the boat of Ra, along with his divine mariners. Ra goeth round about, and he looketh upon Osiris. The Osiris Nu is at peace. The Osiris Nu is at peace. He have not been driven back. The flame of thy moment have not been taken away from him. O Ra, the whirlwind and storm of thy mouth have not come forth against him. He have not journeyed upon the path of the crocodile, for he abominateth the crocodile, and it have not drawn nigh unto him. The Osiris Nu embarketh in thy boat, O Ra. He is furnished with thy throne, and he receiveth thy spiritual form. The Osiris Nu travelleth over the paths of Ra at daybreak to drive back the fiend Neb. He cometh upon the flame of thy boat, O Ra, upon that mighty thigh. The Osiris Nu knoweth it, and he attaineth unto thy boat. And behold, he sitteth therein, and he maketh sepulchral offerings. He shall know the hidden things of the underworld. He shall penetrate the hidden things in Netta Kehertet, the underworld. This chapter was found in the large hall of the temple under the reign of His Majesty Semti Hesepeti, triumphant, and it was found in the cavern of the mountain which Horus made for his father Osiris, Un-Nefer, triumphant. Now since Ra looketh upon this deceased in his own flesh, he shall look upon him as the company of the gods. The fear of him shall be great, and the awe of him shall be mighty in the heart of men, and gods, and Kus, and the damned. He shall be with his soul, and shall live forever. He shall not die a second time in the underworld. And on the day of weighing of words, no evil hap shall befall him. He shall triumph over his enemies, and his sepulchral mills shall be upon the altar of Ra, in the course of each day, day by day. Chapter 131 of Living Nigh unto Ra. The chapter of having existence nigh unto Ra. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am that god Ra, who shineth in the night. Every being who followeth in his train shall have life in the following of the god Thoth. And he shall give unto him the risings of Horus in the darkness, the heart of Osiris. Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant, is glad, because he is one of those beings, and his enemies have been destroyed by the divine princes. I am a follower of Ra, and I have received his iron weapon. I have come unto thee, O my father Ra, and I have advanced to the god Shu. I have cried unto the mighty goddess. I have equipped the god Hu, and I alone have removed the Neb god from the path of Ra. I am a Ku, and I have come to the divine prince at the bounds of the horizon. I have met and I have received the mighty goddess. I have raised up thy soul in the following of thy strength, and my soul liveth through thy victory and thy mighty power. It is I who give commands in the speech to Ra in heaven. Homage to thee, O great God, in the east of heaven. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra. Let me open myself out in the form of a divine hawk. Let me give my commands in words. Let me do battle in my Sekhem. Let me be master under my vine. Let me embark in thy boat, O Ra, in peace. And let me sail in peace to the beautiful Amentet. Let the god Tem speak unto me, saying, Wouldest thou enter therein? The lady, the goddess Mehen, is 1,000,000 of years, yea, 2,000,000 years in duration, and dwelleth in the house of Urt and Nifert, and in the lake of 1,000,000 years. The whole company of the gods move about among those who are at the side of him, who is the Lord of divisions of places. And I say, on every road and among these millions of years is Ra, the Lord, and his path is in the fire. And they go round about behind him, and they go round about behind him. Chapter 132 of Revisiting the Earth. The chapter of causing a man to come back to see his house upon earth. The Osiris Ani saith, I am the lion god, coming forth with extended strides. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I have shot arrows, and I have wounded the prey. I am the Eye of Horus, and I pass through the Eye of Horus at this season. I have arrived at the furrows. Let the Osiris Ani advance in peace. Chapter 133 of Perfecting the Spirit. The book of making perfect the coup, which is to be recited on the day of the month. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant saith, Ra riseth in his horizon, and his company of the gods follow after him. The god cometh forth out of his hidden habitations, and food falleth out of the eastern horizon of heaven. At the word of the goddess Nut, who maketh plain the paths of Ra, whereupon straightway the prince goeth round about. Lift up then thyself, O thou Ra, who dwellest in thy divine shrine. Draw thou into thyself the winds, inhale the north wind, swallow thou the skin of thy net on the day wherein thou breathest right and truth. Thou separatest the divine followers, and thou sailest in thy boat to Nut. The divine princes march onward at thy word. Thou takest count of thy bones. Thou gatherest together thy members. Thou settest thy face towards the beautiful Amentet, and thou comest, being renewed each day. Behold, thou art that image of gold, and thou dost possess the splendours of the disk of heaven, and art terrible. Thou comest, being renewed each day. Hail the horizon, rejoiceth, and there are shouts of joy in the rigging of thy boat, when the gods who dwell in the heavens see the Osiris Nu. The overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant, they ascribe unto him as his due praises, which are like unto those ascribed unto Ra. The Osiris Nu, the house of the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, triumphant is a divine prince, and he seeketh the erect crown of Ra. And he, the only one, is strong in good fortune, in that supreme body which is of those divine beings who are in the presence of Ra. The Osiris Nu is strong, both upon earth and in the underworld, and the Osiris Nu is strong, like unto Ra, every day. The Osiris Nu shall not tarry, and he shall not lie without motion in this land forever, being doubtly beautiful. He shall see with his 2 eyes, and he shall hear with his 2 ears, rightly and truly, rightly and truly. The Osiris Nu is like unto Ra, and he setteth in order the oars of his boat among those who are in the train of Nu. He doth not tell that which he hath seen, and he doth not repeat that which he hath heard in the secret places. Hail, let there be shouts of joy to the Osiris Nu, who is of the divine body of Ra, as he journeyeth over Nu, and who propitieth the car of the god with that which he loveth. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, is a hawk, the transformations of which are mighty or manifold. Chapter 135. Chapter 134 of Perfecting the Spirit. Another chapter of making perfect the Khu, the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, triumphant saith, Homage to thee, O thou who art within thy divine shrine, who shineth with rays of light, and sendest forth radiance from thyself, who decreest joy for millions of years, unto those who love him, who givest their heart's desire unto mankind. Thou God, Khepera, within thy boat, who hast overthrown Apep, O ye children of the god Seb, overthrow ye the enemies of Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, triumphant, and destroy ye them from the boat of Ra, and the god Horus shall cut off their heads in heaven, where they are, in the form of feathered fowl, and their hind parts shall be on the earth, in the form of animals, and in the lake, in the form of fishes. Every male fiend and every female fiend shall the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the seal, destroy, whether he descendeth from the heaven, or whether he cometh from the earth, or whether they come upon the waters, or whether they advance towards the stars. The god Thoth, the son of Anna, coming forth from the Anti, shall hack them in pieces. The Osiris Nu is silent and dumb. Cause ye this god, the mighty one of slaughter, the being greatly to be feared, to make himself clean in your blood, and to bathe himself in your gore. And ye shall certainly be destroyed by him from the boat of his father Ra. The Osiris Nu is the god Horus, to whom his mother, the goddess Isis, hath given birth, and whom the goddess Nephthys hath nursed and dandled, even like Horus, when he repulsed the fiends of the god Suti. And when they see the erect crown stablished upon his head, they fall down on their faces and they glorify him. Behold, when men and gods and Kus and the dead see the Osiris Nu in the form of Horus with the erect crown stablished upon his head, they fall down upon their faces, and the Osiris Nu, the overseer of the house of the overseer of the Sil, triumphant, is victorious over his enemies in the height of heaven and in the depths thereof, and before the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. Chapter 135, Chapter of the New Moon. Another chapter to be recited when the moon reneweth itself on the day of the month. The Osiris Af Anka triumphant saith, Osiris unfetteth, or as others say, openeth the storm cloud in the body of heaven, and is unfettered himself. Horus is made strong happily each day. He whose transformations are great, or many, hath offerings made unto him at the moment, and he have made an end of the storm which is in the faces of the Osiris Af Anka. Triumphant, verily, he cometh, and he is Ra in his journeying, and he is the four celestial gods in the heavens above. The Osiris Af Anka, triumphant, coming forth in his day, and he embarketh among the tackle of the boat.